images from our it better would be weird, and that's be weird to our people. We have to be very weird to our people. We have to be straight to our people and tell them this is exactly what supposed to happen or what was happening. And now, one thing I always tell people, I say government is continuity. So for that reason, I don't like to shave things on people or on God. Oh no, what happened to the government? The government, no. There are some works that was signed by former President Sirleaf. There are some things that was signed by former President Sirleaf, and then our President we took over, he picked it up from there. So there are some things too that was signed by former President Weah. So from there, President Boga take over and it will continue from there. That's why the government is continuity right there. It's not ever because the bread and butter thing, the thing that you are pushing or what you told your people. You know what I told someone? I said, former President Weah, the 2020 election, that Liberians never voted him out because of corruption, because of development. It was because of hate. You know when you hate somebody? Because if you was sit here and tell me that you definitely voted President we are out because of corruption, we are almost into 2 years of this government. There have been no former official arrested for corruption. So meaning that they are still on the cases of corruption until they can be arrested and be prosecuted. So for that reason, we need a corruption meaning out. Reason is that up to this time, government haven't arrested anyone yet. So bring it out and say, this man here, well, his hands were both in the cookie jar, so he has to go facing the law. It was not for drugs because the drugs has taken over this country for now. So it was not because of drugs. So just in the country more than any other thing. It was not because of development. If you check some of the level of development in the short term time he said for you, say, but why we should vote him out? So I just strongly believe that it was just maybe because of hate. You know, when you hate somebody or you don't even want to see whether they even do the best of things. You don't even want to go for it. So for me, I say that and I will say it. I just see it as maybe because of hate, not for correction. If it was for correction indeed, 2 years now, we should be talking about some of his former officials should be, serving, facing the justice to honor questioning for the Liberian people money that were mismanaged. But up to this time, this government cannot arrest, cannot prosecute any former official. So meaning that there was nobody here but in the cookie jar. For drugs, it's clear. He was saying that he was not voted out for drugs because the drugs has taken over this country. It's all into the system, in our system now. The drugs, look, among the people until I don't know how you call it. For development, you say, oh yeah, it's not for development because if it was for development, they could see the tangible things that he did in the short time and still gave him the chance. But for me, I just couldn't see that because of hate. The corruption is still into the same system. Corruption is still into the particular system. He had just begun like a regular thing to the Liberian people now. You know what the Liberian people, they're not talking about corruption anymore because like it's just a regular thing now. They just seen it. They just see it. They're talking about drugs anymore because they just see it. The thing is just among people now. It's just into the system. So I see people trying to claiming small thing that development is bad. Government is continuity. What other man left behind, maybe he never finished. The next man comes there, he touch it, it continue. And see these things, I will make the understand or tell you, oh yeah, you should be in a position and say, oh yeah, we open the people eyes for development. Because this thing administration serve you for good 12 years. So you open the eyes to development. So if this government start to develop, be happy and say, oh yeah, we open the eyes for development. The eyes are totally closed. So we open it to development. Because if the past region was going to stop on the highway, some of the things that are carrying on, we're not going to see it. People that give me welcome, man. Happy Monday.
Thank you very much. Happy Monday. And I listen to you. You are right on point. In academia, and you know this, if you are writing a paper If you are doing any work, we have something called citation. If you are writing a paper and you use somebody else's work and you don't give them credit, you don't mention it in citation, it is called academic fraud, and it's a crime. Same thing what we are talking about here, whether it is CDC or my CMC or Unity Party. If a political party or administration starts a work and you halfway there, or they pay for it, or they sponsor it, or they got funding, it is incumbent upon you to acknowledge that this is what we are doing, this is where we made it, and this is where we are taking it. That's how it is done in the developed world. For instance, the airport in Liberia there, Ellen started our airport, and President Weah finished the airport. And what did he do? He gave her credit for it. The ministerial
even the ministerial complex.
When it was done, in fact, he decided to even name it after her. I think something of that nature. The RIA role, all of those things, the roundabout that everybody talking about, a roundabout, President Weah initiated and finished it. So I think on this particular case, if we were doing fact checking, we will say the CMC people or the CDC people got that part right. It was the project. Most of the projects were fully funded, paid for, and passed over to the Unity Party. And it makes sense for the Unity Party to give credit where credit is due.
Mm-hmm.
That's what this argument is all about. For instance, they were claiming the poultry farm, the $26 million poultry farm or poultry facility that was open. They were claiming that facility, only to find out that that facility have taken over 2 years to build. And you've been in power just a little over 14 months. So there's no way you could have done that. And then when the contract and everything came out, it came out that President Weah and his administration have broken ground for that facility, and it was in flight, the money was available. So these are the things we are talking about. People say you can win an election through propaganda, but you have to govern. And you cannot govern through propaganda. You can come out and say the World Bank say our economy has grown 5%. You can say that all you want, but go downtown Waterside and ask the lady who's selling her pepper, how many pepper have you sold for the day? They will tell you, oh, the whole day we're here, nobody has bought anything from us. Whether the economy grew according to World Bank by 10% or 9%, it means absolutely nothing to my Jenny, who is selling her pepper down Waterside, as far as nobody is selling, nobody is buying from her. The old man that I used to open her cook shop down Waterside, that used to sell 3, 4, 5 bowl, maybe before the day is over. She had to take all her food home. It was spoiled because there's no refrigeration system. So she got to take all that food home, either give it to the family or give it to people or let it spoil. You ask that lady whether the economy had grown 5%, she will tell you you are crazy. So you are right. The bread and butter issue, it is not in the numbers that the statistician or the big book people will go out there and say the World Bank told us. That's what the World Bank told you. But what we are telling you here is nothing is trickling down. We are not feeling the trickle-down effect. All the goods, all the money, everything that's coming to the country, it stays in the House, in the legislature. They are the one, their economy is growing. Like when I was in Liberia, the people had a word, they say, only your pot boiling. Only their pot boiling. The answers of the word, your pot don't boil. Only the speaker, the pro tem, the president, the vice president, the senators, the representatives, they're pot boiling. Even their staff, the legislative staff, their part not balling, even though their bosses' parts are balling, their parts are not balling. So when we are talking about the economy, the trickle-down economy, it is not trickling down to you and myself. It stays up there. It stays up there with the so-called people who driving $1 million car, the $45,000 car, the $60,000 car. Their parts are balling. Their economic growth. In fact, they get themselves raises, and you know it in the budget. Some of them say the $30,000 you gave us, the $100,000 you gave us for how do you call it? Is it constituent visit and all that stuff? They are telling you it's not even enough. We need more. The $15,000 or $10,000, whatever they make a month, they are telling you it's not enough. Somebody who works, and Sue is working and making $75 a month, and somebody making $15,000 a month and say it's not enough. We need more. I got gas slip. I got car. I have a housing allowance. I got security. I got scratch card. I got laptop. But it's not enough. I need more. And you don't advocate for your workers. You are not advocating for the lady who's sweeping the streets. You are not advocating for the teachers. You are not advocating for the nurses because you make enough that when you get sick, you can go to Ghana, you can go to Morocco, you can go to the Ivory Coast, you can go anywhere and get good treatment. So their parts are balling. So this is why the Irish person in Liberia says nothing is happening in the country, and they can prove it by showing you their produce in the market are not being sold. Every day they go to the market to sell their produce, where they used to get 10, 15 customers a day. Some of them are getting one, they're lucky to get two. So the government officials can come and say all they want to say. The person down the street will never believe a word they say. That the economy is good. If you don't have the bread and you don't have the butter, how can you say the economy is good? So this is where we are. And so it is not a joke. Things are hard. And those of you who live directly in the country, I feel for you. Whatever penny you make from where you work, you have an extended family. You got thousands, maybe hundreds of 10 people depending on you. You got to pay your tuition. You got to come to work. You got to go home. So you are making $150 a month. And you got to pay $1 to come to work, $1 to go home. In 30 days, that's $60 of that $150 you pay on transportation. So you are making $150 and they take a tax and you bring home $120. If you take a $60 for transportation and meal and stuff, you are left with $60. You pay your rent, you buy clothes or food for the children, you pay tuition. There's nothing left for you to go back to work. So you're back to square one. So the guy comes from the central bank and tells you that the Liberia economy grew by 5%. I don't know whether he can convince you that your livelihood has increased or has improved 5 percentage points. So this is where we are with the economy. And when we talk about the project, those of us who, you went to school, they will tell you, if you went to cite anything that you read about, if you're quoting anybody, you got to tell us who you're quoting. You can't just come and say these things or what somebody else said. You have to tell us who originally wrote that. If you don't do that and you want to claim it, that's academic fraud. You got to do your citation.
Exactly so.
You have to do your citation. If you're going to say, for God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten son, you have to tell us where you got that from. And you have to now go back and say, I think it's John 3:16 from the Bible. You have to quote it. You have to say it. when the preachers or the imams are in the mosque and in the churches, you have to say, this is the scripture. This is St. John 5, chapter 1, verse 2. You have to say that because you didn't write that chapter, you didn't write that voice. Same thing. If you come out here and you're using all the material for Truth FM, you have to say, I work for Truth FM. If you go on break, you do a jingle. You got to say, this is Truth FM. That's how it works. You can't say, this is Ansu FM. You can't do that. Or Henry FM. It doesn't work that way. You will be fired. Your boss will fire you. So this is where we are. Ansu talked to us about current event, what's happening, what's trending on the ground in Liberia. I know we have a serious guest that's coming on. Mr. Kumakwa will be with us today. Hopefully, you can be on to ask some questions people want to know, people want answered. Honorable Kumakwa will be here to talk about issues. So we are here. What's trending on the ground? I know on this side we know Mr. Doug Cooper is still trending. What's holding the president back from Doug Cooper?
Well, how you stay training on that side, huh? Well, how you stay training on that side? How the man stay training? I said, how the man? Why he stay training to your end?
Well, the whole investigation at the University of Liberia came about because of Doug Cooper. and the president of the university fired 8 people all the way up to vice president. Say it was a cartel. He paid a great sum of money to bypass the process and just show up and pick up his degree, and he was busted. And all of those people were fired. So what is the president waiting on? Who does Doug Cooper know that we don't know that holding him in that spot? What political power is he depending on? And what's scaring Joseph Wagner from firing a man who is a fraud? We heard yesterday he fired and suspended some people from different agencies, including Liberian, is that an insurance company? He fired these people for corruption, for fraudulent work. And then you got the biggest fraud of all, Doug Cooper, who is the fraud King Kong, sitting in his office and he can't fire him. So yeah, that's why Doug Cooper is trending. Doug Cooper is in our book, in my book, in the book, he is the corruption King Kong. Academic fraud. And you didn't fire him, and he's still working at the expense of the Liberian people. So what does that say about the fight for corruption? Is corruption selective in Liberia? Are they going after the vulnerable? Is it because Doug Cooper is from Nimba? Or is it because he was brought on by the vice president? So these are the questions that the public want to know. So yeah, Doug Cooper is still trending. What else on the ground is trending, Ansu?
So far, they have just been on the electricity issue, the issue for the current situation back home here. You know, for the past weeks now, I think 2 to 3 weeks, some homes have started to experience stable current. So, you know, it's just been the talk of the time in some quarters where you're having our people discussing, you know, the issue of electricity, and also the president visiting. I think he last was in bombing to another American poultry where he went to inspect and pay a visit to the guys in Booming County. So as I said, the electricity has been some of the major talking points now, you know, for our people back home here. Looking at the have current now for the past 2 weeks. Some homes, not every area now, some homes are experiencing stable current. So They are discussing it, and also hearing the current acting MD for the work done, yeah, at LEC. So that's just some of um this discussion in corners, in quarters, people talking so far.
Well, let's look at the electricity problem there. I know the critics are saying, let's look at this in its totality.
Mm.
This young man who is the director now there has been there for a while. In fact, prior to this administration, he was there when he mentioned that the CDC government completed 98% of that project. And you have the tape there with you. And since then, the country has been experiencing power on and off, on and off. But once he was nominated, and we know that confirmation is near, the opposition, the critics are saying, watch, yes, current have been stable for a while, but once he gets confirmed, Liberia is going to return to business as usual. He's lucky though that the rainy season is right around the corner, where the hydro is going to have enough water to have power for a time being, but there will be no difference between what we had last year, what we have this year, and what is going to happen. So folks are saying, the critics are saying, this is another PR stunt that the director of the LEC is going around saying he pledged that there will be no more cut, there will be no more delay, there will be no shortage, there will be no on and off electricity in Liberia on his watch. And people are saying, people have said this year in and year out. We all know that during the rainy season, we have a little stable electricity. During the dry season, we have the fluctuation of electricity in Liberia. So folks are saying this is another PR stunt. This is another a gimmick that we are doing, and the LEC is doing in Liberia. But ladies and gentlemen, welcome to another edition of the closing argument here. Today is Monday, and for those of you who are history buffs, we have today what the historian, or in astronomy they call, today is considered square root day. And those of you who are mathematicians, those of you who are historians, those of you who are into astronomy, if you calculate what the meaning of the square root is, usually when you have 2, O2, 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 that's what they are saying. Excuse me 1 minute here.
Well, the closing argument here on Truth FM 96.1. We sincerely apologize for that break, and we hope Jerome Kimé will join us shortly.
Yes, I am back. Our guest didn't get the link, so we have to send him the link. But Ansu, go ahead. I will be with you 1 minute. Let me send him the link.
Yeah, so I'm just trying to place the video out, the video which the now at the MD from the LEC, where he spoke to a team of journalists. That was around back then in 2021.
Yes.
When he talked to a team of journalists when they visited the grandson for the LEC compound or the hydro. But we have the video here, so I want to get a video up for you. Let's see how Myean can get it up for us.
Yes.
Okay. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. This we do, lady or ladies. Oh, okay. Welcome, gentlemen. We brought you here today just to take stock as to where we came from as a CLG project, where we are, and where we are headed. let me first start with where we came from. 2017, when this government came into being, we addressed the CLSG, the agency responsible to implement the CLSG project. We clearly engaged the government of President George Manawiya, the pro-poor policy agenda, development agenda. Part of that pro-poor development agenda was a top key priority, which is the electricity. As you all may be aware, the CLSG project is an interconnection project linking 4 countries, 1,303 kilometers, linking Cote d'Ivoire from Myean all the way to Yekepa in Liberia, from Yekepa to Buchanan, from Buchanan to Mankofi, Mankofi to Bow Waterside, from Bow Waterside all the way crossing Sierra Leone into Guinea. But let me concentrate first in Liberia. From Myean in Cote d'Ivoire, there where the initial supply of electricity will be coming from to Yekepa. There is a 225 kV substation in Yekepa. What does it mean? It's a connection point where the LEC will be connecting to our substation to supply electricity to people of Nimba and beyond. Then from there, we'll connect to Botota. Botota substation will be there for central Liberia, going to southeastern Liberia, and also to the north in Lofa, Bong, as far as the southeastern for Botota. There is a substation there. Then from Botota, we are going straightly to Buchanan, Grand Bassa. Buchanan substation will be there to connect the people of Grand Bassa County, Riverside County, as well as some part of Magibi. From Buchanan, we come to Mankofi, which we are now today. This Mankofi substation is the biggest among the CLSG substations in the 4 countries. The Mankofi substation. This is mainly there for Monserrado. Given the population density of Monserrado, will be there to supply Monserrado. So if you look at the back there, there is a substation owned by the Liberian government, LEC. We will be connecting with the LEC substation to supply Monserrado County. Then from here, we also have a substation in Mano. That substation is meant to be connected to supply the inhabitants of Bapolu, Bomi, and Cape Town County. That's how the CLSG project was structured. So when a new government came into place, part of their pro-poor agenda, electricity was a key priority, as I said from the beginning. So we work with the Ministry of Finance and the Ministry of Energy to ensure that nothing stops. It becomes government of continuity. And what do I mean by that? We needed to fund additional financing for the project because due to the Ebola crisis, when the Ebola was over, there was additional costs to the project, approximately 52 million. So we needed to get that money quickly. Minister Tour and his team immediately joined collaboration with us. We fought hard, negotiated with the relevant stakeholders, including the donors. The donors in this sense is the World Bank that provided the additional financing. So we went about to get that additional financing. It was signed and ratified in the legislature. So the minister led that whole process. We went to the legislature, we signed it. That gave life to the project. And at that time, the physical implementation, everything here was at the flow. The entire project in Liberia was about close to 20% physical implementation. And I'm proud to say now, where we are closely around 97% completion from Myean all the way to this particular. If you take it to Bow Waterside, you'll be around that 95, 96% complete. So that's a significant improvement in terms of the efforts we've made to ensure that the project is implemented in the schedule, according to the schedule. So that's number one. Number two, what is the relevance of this project? The relevance of the project is part of the ABC of development. As you all may be aware, electricity is so important for farm to market road, for schools, hospitals. So part of the project we have what we call rural electrification. rural electrification aspect of the project, it means you have 2 to 5 kilometers apart, both sides of the project. All the villages are along the way, from Nimba all the way to the.
Yeah, so I think we got the major one from there. When the past government, that was the CDC government, took over in 2017, it was around 20%, and through the in 2021, through the help of then it was the finance minister, Toye, through his efforts, they were able to manage to raise funds and also that funding from donors to get that purchase up to 97% already. So if we talk about 97%, it means that it was already completed donor achieved, and just maybe 3 or 4 more percent to make it 100. And so this morning again, he spoke on OK FM in time again. He said the same thing. He said the process that this started from the past government. We're just gonna say about continuity, that's all. And it's good to give someone the flower when the person is alive. That's what we said about the ministerial complex. We talk about the airport, other areas when our then President we took over. He, this project he took it and turned it over to former President Sarif. So it's just about recognizing the person, giving them the flower while they are still alive.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We have a special guest. For full disclaimer, he and I have met on other platforms, and I'm a fan of his. I guess he's a fan of mine wherever we go. So he has a lot to offer us here. Honorable Kuwakwa, relax. We'll be back to you soon. But Ansu, let me reintroduce our show here. Welcome to the closing argument. With me today is Ansu. He's in the studio. He will be out there backing up whatever it is we say. He will do the fact checking. If he has the clip, he will play them. But today, let me tell you, today is a special day. If you're an astronomer, like some of us would like to stargaze, today is square root day. And square root day is when the day of the month and the year, the numbers are both the square root of the last 2 digits of the year. For example, May is 5, is number 5. Today is day number 5. So the square root of 25, which is 2025, is 5. So today is square root day. So if you are a mathematician, if you are an astronomer, today is a day that you will love. Today is square root day. The last time I remember was 020202. That's how it goes. So when the last 2 digits, if the first 2 digits, when you add them up or you multiply them, it should be the square root of the last 2 digits. So today, 555 happens to be the square root of 25. Welcome, Mr. Anthony Kuwakwa. How you doing there, sir?
Thank you very much. I'm doing good. Ansu, how are you? Jerome, it's good to meet you again.
Welcome on the closing argument.
Thank you.
Is this your first time on the closing argument, sir?
Yeah.
Okay, so we have to give you, we have to welcome you with a beautiful cup of palm wine here. Wherever we come from, it could have been champagne, it could have been Dom Perignon, but we are from Liberia, so we say palm wine. Especially now that we have a president from Lofa, the northwest part of the country. Palm wine is a delicious drink there from the folks, so we have to give the president his prop. We welcome you with the palm wine, but let me reintroduce you. This is the closing argument. Today is 555, the square root day. So Mr. Kuwakwa is very special. He came on our show when the square root of 25 is 555. So when you go home, you can tell your children and your children's children that when there was a square root day of 5, you show up on the closing argument. But with me today is Ansu. He is our studio guy, who is also representing Truth FM 96.1 in Monrovia. And he is going to be talking to us. Ansu,
go ahead.
How far does our station extend in the country? So who are listening? What counties are listening? What counties are online?
This is the only chief. This is the only media house in Liberia that have the water coverage. Indeed, we hit the 15 counties. If possible, we reach it as far as our 3 different bullocks. Indeed, Sierra Leone, Africa Coast, and Guinea bullocks. There's a system we have here in which when we open our path, people from Sierra Leone or Guinea or Africa Coast will definitely inform the LTA that we are causing problem in their country. We are causing noise. There's a system we have here that when we release that part, when we open that part, we'll reach far deep into Guinea, deep into Sierra Leone or Africa Coast, and they will let you call the LTA and tell them your your station frequency is really disturbing our home here. So we cover the entire country. So we just have the water coverage.
Thank you. So are you telling me that we are now people in Secretary, where my political leader, most ability is, they are listening. When you come from Gompa City, they are listening. So the whole Nima County is listening. Are you telling me this?
Yeah, honor our voice tonight, and we have our sub branch there, yeah, in Nima County too. So every major program, like the closing argument tonight, is currently live in Nima County.
Excellent. The reason I'm asking is a son of Nima County is my guest today, is our guest. Anthony Kumakba is here, so I know the whole Nima County is listening. Honorable Kumakba, welcome to the closing argument for the first time. Please introduce yourself, who you are, where you're from, and what is it you are doing now?
Thank you very much. I am Anthony Drate Wanye Kumakba. So the name, before I go any further, I would like to first extend my sympathies to 2 families. The first will be to the family of my dear friend and brother who left us on Saturday, sadly. That is Brother Cletus Noah, somebody who was there for me when I needed someone to be there. He was a brother of mine. His passing has left a serious mark on me. The next is to the family of my young brother, a trusted partisan of mine, a committed soldier of ours, in Brother Melvin Carr, who also died during the course of the just ended campaign in Nimba County. He was laid to rest on Saturday in Lole. So I just wanted to use this medium to extend my sympathy once again to his family and to that of the family of Brother Cletus Noah, who died on Saturday at the Catholic Hospital in Monrovia. So I'm Anthony Kumakba, the second son of the late General Thomas J. Kumakba. My mother comes from Lofa County, a town called Lutisu. She's from the Colley family. My father, as you know it, comes from Nimba County, from a town called Zwale, in a chiefdom called Zor, district number 3, Nimba County. Anthony Kumakba is this young boy who turned 44. My uncle Pewee, how are you? Who turned 44.
Anywhere this man here, Lofa, he will show up. Soon you say Lofa, boom, Pewee show up. Soon you say Lofa, your man from Lofa, boom, he show up. All the time we talking about Basso River, say he show up. Soon I say Lofa, he show up. Go ahead.
Unfortunately, unfortunately, you don't know, we don't say we got. Chief, welcome, Chief.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. So, I was born May 1, 1981. I'm 44 years old. Monday, this gone Thursday, I turned 44 years old. May 1st.
Happy belated birthday.
I have been privileged to work with the government of Liberia under 2 presidents. I was first appointed in the government by former President Ellen Johnson Sirleaf. And then I was reappointed by former President George Weah. And I've been grateful to God first and to those presidents and to other very important people in Liberia who has molded me into the person I am today to ensure that I was in the capacity to serve my country, something that from the age of 9, 10, I always wanted to do. And so, yes, I'm a father of many children, some biological and some adopted. I am also the political leader of the Kuyompa movement in Nimba County, specifically District Number 3. We have had an opportunity to contest in 2 elections in that district, and the future looks bright for us. We will continue to engage our people in whatever way we can. We're grateful to God for life and for the opportunity He has afforded us today. Thank you.
Great. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to another edition of the closing argument. And today with me will be Honorable Sylvester K. Pewee, and Ansu is in our studio. And our special guest of honor is the Honorable Anthony Kwokpa. We will be reading your comments. You can call in. We'll have time for them to call in. But a great show. We promise you. The chairman is going to be joining us soon. So we're going to be reading your comments. We're going to be asking this young man. Let me go to your family aspect. You were born, you said 1981. Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you by any chance have the opportunity to interact with your father? What can you remember? I know you were very young at the time, 1981.
I was a baby. Okay, I was literally 4 years old when my father died. I had just turned 4 when my father died. So as you can tell right there, I didn't get to. I don't remember any interaction with my father. But as I grew up, I made it my responsibility to try to find out who my dad was, what he stood for, and his level of impact in Liberia. It will interest you to know that my father died at the age of 30. He was 25 years old when they assumed the leadership of our country. And some of what he managed to accomplish in the very few years he worked in Liberia were extraordinary to me. And wherever I've gone, that's been a lot of outpouring of appreciation from my father. And one thing that struck me was my father was not just a Nimba man, but a national figure, one that was loved across the Republic of Liberia. There are very few negative things you heard about General Kurumpa in the Republic of Liberia. And so as I grew up, I became very proud of who my father was. And I have tried to live my life in a way that ensured that even in his death, he is still respected by my dealings in our society. And I try to instill those things in my children as well.
Pewee.
Oh yeah, thank you. Good to see you again, on dear brother. I think the story we heard the story after the process, and I'm one person that heard a lot more about Mr. Puankwa. At the time, he played a major role in the revolution then, and unfortunately ended the way. And that the story is basically there were a lot of things. Even me, for me, coming up as a very, very, very much, I couldn't recall very well then, but I could still remember some of the things as a toddler, seeing our parents talking about this on the television and the rest of that, all the things that unfolded. It was not a good day for the country and what unfolded basically in the country history. But let's go back. But I just want to push you back a little bit on the reasons, some of the reasons you got about what basically unfolded. But I want you to come back to the other side of it. What legacy do you believe basically that your father left behind? Though you were very, very young when it happened, we all. But what legacy you think you can now use what you hope? Because he said he was 25 when the revolution happened, and unfortunately, 5 years later, he got killed in a very unfortunate circumstances. But what legacy you think he left that we all can celebrate today and we can use as as a marching order to move on. And will you tap into that, particularly into, because what movement you have into Nimba, will you tap into that in also allowing, giving his story to the young people that didn't know much of him, those of us that were that young, or even those that were not even born then, when this situation unfolded?
Well, thank you very much, Pewee. Like you said, we were young. For me, I was a baby when that happened. But when something impacts you like the way it did, it becomes your responsibility to then go beyond, to have an understanding and to an extent an appreciation for who your dad was. And I've made it my duty to reach out to a lot of key players in our body politics at the time. And I'm talking whether it's the president, former President Taylor, former President Sirleaf, whether it is President Weah, whether it is President Boaka, whether it is, talk about the major player that you know about in the body politic of our country spanning that particular dispensation.
Mm-hmm.
And when unanimously all of these people tell you one thing about your father, that your father stood for justice and equality. He wanted a Liberia where every human being will realize that God gave him potential. To the extent he was very firm on the purpose of the PRC. What was the mandate of the PRC? He was very firm on that, and that sort of saw some discord with he and the CRC at the time. The history is there, so when you talk to the George Bullies of the world, when you talk to people from all walks of life, major players in our body politics at the time, and when they say to you who your father was in the positive, it tells you he was indeed somebody who wanted the best for this republic. And so there is little, if not any, aside from the event of November 12, 1985. But there was something striking that happened that morning, as I learned later on in my life. The entirety of the Republic of Liberia, maybe except Tuzon or Zwedru, came out celebrating the announcement of General Kurumpa. Right? Maybe Brother Jerome could help us here. I was a baby, as I said, but I'm told, hearing from a lot of people across Liberia, that the entirety of the country was jubilating the announcement of the general. Now things happened thereafter, and we move on. Something very, very important happened. As I speak to you, Clarence Moliba, who contested the presidency, is a very good friend of mine. In fact, the Moliba family. I think you also know that Samuel Doe Jr. is my very good friend to this day. We're very, 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 very close. We talk almost every day. He's in England now, and I'm here in the US. There were people who became angry at my dad. Some I will choose not to talk about here, that he came with the Bible to carry out a revolution. There are video clips of the events of November 12th morning where I saw my dad in that video. There was an individual trying to say to him, now is the time to exact revenge on people from the other side. And I heard my father verbatim, this is not the purpose of this revolution. The people of Nimba and the people of Grand Judea are one people. My brother has gone away from what was plain. There's a need that this country come back to itself. So, Brother Pewee, to answer you, I've listened to a lot of key players in our politics at that time, some of which are still alive today, and what they said to me, that I verify, said a lot of good things about my father. And when you talk about the legacy, there can be nothing more than a son, after hearing all of these things about his father, trying to step in his father's footsteps. Maybe not through the military though, but politically. My father and other people fought for the multi-party democracy that we enjoy today in Liberia. And so, thank God, in our country today, the issue of disagreement and whatnot has been discussed. We'll talk about it. You know, we will go after each other politically, but in the day, Liberia is what matters to us. So yes, I will want to stop there.
Great. Pewee, second question.
Yes, my second question basically, and we've been having this discussion. As you recall, we had a lot of discussion before the Ministry of Foreign Affairs on different political issues. What's your own now? How do you first and foremost see the current state of affairs in the country in terms of the politics? President Bouaka, as we all know, is the current president of the Republic of Liberia. And how do you see the state of affairs? And if not, and then will you be active? Will you play a very proactive role into the politics, or will you stay continue to be on the fence in exile? Or no, I don't want to say exile or in the diaspora because exile may be. Let me take that word back. Nobody running there, so you're not in exile. But in the best word would be here in the U.S. So will you actually be active, and are you seeking to contest a seat again, either in the country or in a part of the country or in Nimba, come next election 2029?
Well, as a human being,
but first, how do you describe?
How are you?
Before we move to that, how do you describe the state of affairs in the country vis-a-vis the current president, Henry of the States?
Well, I would talk a few things. Firstly, technology has changed the face of politicking everywhere around the world, and Liberia is no exception. That's one. The level of propaganda employed by the opposition leading up to the 2023 election and during the 2023 election together puts this government under huge pressure. Let me also state this. When I say this government, I'm talking about the government. So so regular Liberia right now, let us not consider ourselves as being also Liberia, in Liberia right here now, right? The Bouaka administration will be the most scrutinized. What do I mean by that? Because it came to power on the backdrop of talking what we Liberian people call plenty BBT. And so when you talk plenty BBT to come to power, when you in power now, you know the attention span of Liberian people is not long. Our how they call it, tolerance level is not long. And you know, and Liberian people can form their decision in the first 1 or 2 years of any administration, right? And so when you come on the backdrop of those things, you have to understand that any and everything you will do thereafter must be carefully thought, must be properly vetted before you do it. Because whatever you do, it will be under the microscope. And so this government is struggling now to deal with the various social media it dealt with, right? In going after the Weah administration, right? And it's fighting all over the place. But listen, as a patriotic Liberian, I will pray every day that the Joseph Bouaka administration succeeds. Because if that government succeeds, every one of us on this platform tonight will benefit from the success of that government. So I cannot sit where I am and get on my knees every day and say, Papi Bouaka may not succeed. No, we will pray for that government to succeed. Remember, Pewee, more than 85% of those in government at the very top are people that I have personal relationships with. The Minister of State, for God's sake, is my mentor. The first person who brought me into government, who told me how government can, what it called. How can I sit and pray for such a person to fail? It's not possible. So we'll pray and we will continue to give our advice where sought after, we will continue to talk and push the government into doing the right things. So yes, things may not be okay, but if the government listens very well and takes some of the advice we will proffer, not just me, but all of us, well-meaning Liberian, I think things will be better.
Okay. Thank you. Welcome, Mr. Winfrey Russell. Welcome to the show. I see you got a big H on your head. Is it Houston? Are you a Houston fan, or what's the H there for, sir?
For Harvard.
Oh, okay. There you go. Welcome to the show. Our special guest today is Honorable Anthony Kuwankwa. Your 2 questions, sir.
But I think I didn't address Brother Pewee's second question. His question came in 2-4. If I may be corrected. Correct, Pewee?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
He also wanted me to
Russell
touch
is
on...
here. He's not going anywhere. Go ahead.
Okay. He also wanted me to touch on whether I intend to expand the Kuwankwa movement across the Republic of Liberia, not just Nimba County.
Yes.
And whether I will be actively involved in politics. As we are sitting here tonight, we are actively involved. The best way as patriotic Liberian we should treat our country is coming forward and, pointing out the ills in our society, encouraging the actors of the day, to do the right things for our country. Pewee, you and I don't want to be up past 60, 70 years old. Not possible.
No.
It's not possible, right? So we want a society that will be very good for us when we do decide to go back home. I'm home every 4-5 months. Beginning 2028, I will be home regularly. I cannot. For as long as I'm young, I'm healthy, there's still that youthfulness in me. I will always be involved in the politics of my country, lending my advice where necessary. And the Kuwankwa movement is there to stay forever, all right? And we don't see it as a Nimba base. There is the desire to move beyond Nimba County, because as I said to you earlier, my father didn't just touch the people of Nimba County. There are people from all spectrum of the Liberian society that General Kuwankwa's action touched in a positive way, right? I'm not here to say my father's action were all positive. I understand that there are some people that felt, offended about some of his actions, but the vast majority of the Liberian people say good things about General Kuwankwa. That makes me proud as a son.
That's good.
Great. Mr. Russell.
Well, thank you. And once again, it's great being on this platform as always, and to interact with all of you fine gentlemen. And welcome, Mr. Kuwankwa, to this platform, to the closing argument. It's a delight to be in conversation with you and to be on this platform and having conversation about Liberia and the politics of Liberia and your future in the politics there, Liberia. And so, can you share with us your philosophy when it comes to when it comes to politics, your political philosophy?
Thank you very much, Mr. Russell. Just to go off a little bit, I know Mr. Russell, if you recall, I think it was in 2018 or 2019 when you got elected first. I think there was a letter from the diaspora department congratulating you on your election. If you recall, I sent you that letter at the time. I was the supervisor of the diaspora program. Now, this is how I see politics. In my mind, leadership, becoming a leader of my people, or wanting to become the leader of your country, in everything that you do and or say, the people must matter. Unfortunately, the people of Liberia are not there yet. What do I mean by this? You have a country where people in public offices are among the richest people in Liberia. With that dynamics, the future doesn't look good. Mr. Russell, Liberia is the country where people are celebrated for doing the wrong things. Those of us who have worked in government for about 7-8 years, who have lived on our income from government, because of which we are unable to live a certain lifestyle, have always been vilified. People refer to you, the man too cheap, the man too mean. Look at all the years he in government, he was a big austere billing. How do we change that dynamic? How do we change that understanding of our people? Is what I sit and ponder over every day. Because for Liberia to be a better place, for Liberians to begin electing the people with the repetition and the hearts to move our country forward, the people must understand what it means to be a leader, who should be a leader, and on what basis are we electing leaders of our country. Liberia is the country where people will change their minds on election day to vote for another person if they give them $50 Liberian, $100 Liberian on a voting queue. That is the country we have. People do not judge people on the basis of their competence, their commitment to country, their loyalty to country, the decisions they've made in the past. No. And so you have this continuous thing about the country electing people that don't care about moving Liberia forward. Mr. Russell, I was born in Liberia where we didn't have pipe-borne water all over the place. This is 2025. The situation is the same. I am 44 years old today. When you somewhere when electricity comes, it's a huge celebration. Whoa, current year. We cannot say we want a country that will be better 10, 15, 20 years from now, and we don't begin to make these small changes. Government officials sit on social media because the society is so gullible and spew out misinformation. The dope people will run with them. But if you ask them, what are your accomplishments in this office in 1 month, in 2 months, in 3 months, they will say nothing to you. And so it hurts me every day, Mr. Russell. My father died for justice, equality, fairness, and everything in our country. More than 35 years since he died. Liberia is still struggling to find her feet. The basis upon which we elect leaders is so off. And every day we will talk, oh, the people are not doing this. But we continue to make the same mistake. This is where I come in to challenge the diaspora. That's us. We preoccupy ourselves with the presidential election in Liberia so more so that we forget about what I believe is the most important election in that country, and that's the parliament. With the level of influence, the diaspora...
The legislature you're talking about, right? The national legislature, right?
Yes. With the level of influence the diaspora has. When I talk the diaspora as the supervisor of the program, I'm talking Liberians all around the world. The influence we have on our society. If we can make a decision to say the diaspora must ensure that 70% of those in the parliament or in the legislature are people we push in those positions through our finances, by vetting them properly, I believe we will begin the process. But we all go for the presidency. And we forget about the people who are supposed to represent us directly in an event. The president has his or her agenda different from what will move Liberia forward. And so that's what we see happening all of the time. So we have got a responsibility to fix our country, beginning with what we consider the smaller election, and that's the election for the legislature. Because that legislature is where the problem is. The day we have a national legislature that puts an impeachment bill on the floor against a president for breaching the constitution of our country, like bros are getting better. At that point, we will know that we have the power. Until that time, would that be going by the flow, Mr. Russell? So those, in a nutshell, are my political philosophy. One that prioritizes the people, the people, the people. Anything you're doing as a leader, the first thing must be, how does this benefit the people that I want to lead? How is it going to impact them 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, on and on? Our leaders doing those things today? I don't think so.
Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Russell, a second question.
Yeah, so along those lines, I will continue along, along the path that I started on. Now, one of the things that people talk a lot about, they say back in Liberia, is that people, for the most part, the electorates, don't vote on, don't vote for people based on ideology. Sort of particular, ideology. So it's mainly about personality. I mean, there are so many different variables that drive their decision, or that inform their decision to vote for a particular candidate or not. So my question to you is that, I mean, I know that may be the case, because you see UP, that nobody can tell you what distinguishes UP, the Unity Party, from the Liberty Party or the CDC or all of the ANC or all of the other parties around. So what ideological bend informs your politics?
So
is it small government? Is it big government? Is it spending? Is it liberal? Spending. What ideological bend? I mean, sort of informs your politics.
Look, take for example, and this is not to throw anybody under the bus here. I don't intend to do that, and hope nobody feels that way. I have had an opportunity to contest in 2 elections in Liberia.
Okay, I didn't know that.
Nimba County specifically, right? And I tell you not, because I can speak Guar properly, some people get there with me, they can vote for me because of that. Even though I was born to a Guar father, but I didn't ask my mom and father to born me in Monrovia, right? It was not my place to ask them.
If this is any, if it brings any sort of solace to you, my roots are from Tapeta. I don't speak Guar either.
My point exactly, right? There's also my middle name called Jalate. So that name was given to me by the late J. Nicholas Podia, who was one of the members of the PRC. He was very close to my father. So when I was born, he gave me that name. And that name also coincided with the name that was given me by my grandmother, my dad's mom. The 2 names has the same meaning, but in different dialects. The manor name is what you call Myean, meaning everything finished. The crew name Jrate means everything finished in crew. People did not vote for me in Nimba County because my opponent pronounced the name as Jabate, because they wanted to associate me. No, this is serious. This is serious, wow. Right? Wow. And it tells you the mindset of our people, right? So they refer to me as Jabate instead of Jrate for one reason, and that reason was to associate.
Is it because they just didn't know how to pronounce it? Do you think it was intentional?
No. They did that intentionally to associate me with the Mandingo ethnic group. Because in their mind, I'm talking about my opponents.
Yeah.
In their mind, Mandingos are not good enough to occupy such a role. So if you refer to the man as Jabate, owing to the fact that most of our people do not have the time, they don't have the ability to verify, to go do research and anything like that, they will run with it. They will run with that kind of information, and that will happen. A lot of people did not vote for me because I was Jabate. Now, moving forward to your question, Mr. Russell, you have a society where, I don't know, maybe this came from the genesis of the Republic of Liberia, right? Where in an election, our people don't judge people on their character. To the extent the issue of integrity in Liberian politics is under the rug. As such, in one election period, reputable individuals will change sides 4, 5, 6 different times in an election. Yet those people will still be considered for bigger roles in our country. What are we talking about? Where is the issue of consistency? Where's the issue of looking at people's integrity? So none of those things exist. Liberian politics is the big picture of what I refer to as the deception game. You can never hold anybody, you can never trust anybody on what they say to you until it is over. Because people will kind of tell me, say, my man, we for Brother Russell today. Tomorrow he goes to Jerome and say, we for Tomalin. The after tomorrow he comes to me and say, my man, let's go to Peabody, Dr. Peabody. You know, like that. And at the end of the day, he will make another decision. When we begin to punish people for inconsistency and the issue of deception in our politics, we will be talking something serious. In America here, for you to just lie, you know you got to look at your whole intestine and every part of you because they will be putting you out there. But in Liberia, lying that again. And so, how do you trust people? The issue of trust does not exist in Liberian politics anymore. People just deceiving people here and there. That's all that's happening. Sometimes one thing where I say, wait, it looks like I'm too strict for Liberian politics because I am a person of integrity. When I say to Brother Jerome, I will support you today. If my vote will be the only vote Jerome will get, Jerome will be assured that he will get it. That's who I am. But that is, unfortunately, not a thing for our politics. And so we begin to deceive people pre-election, during election. What do you expect, Mr. Russell, after election? The same deception will persist through our society, and we've seen it. Every day in Liberian politics, we see it. Jerome, I hear you. You got to unmute.
Okay, welcome, Chief Tomalin General, to the show. We have our special guest, Honorable Anthony Kwimokpa. Quite revealing. We got more to go. When the chief comes on, I want you to think about the relationship between your father and Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, because there's some friction there. We got some people who are not satisfied. We'll delve into that. Honorable Chief, your turn.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Big Boss. Thank you so much for hosting. I really appreciate it. Welcome, Mr. Russell, and the great Pewee, Sylvester Pewee, the consummate diplomat and leader of the New Progressive. And my brother Anthony Kwimokpa, it's good to see you. It's very, very good to see you. I would say this, I'm a little older guy, but I met your father. I remember I grew up in Firestone, and your dad was in Firestone for his eye, and he had an eye of Dr. Trump, one of the best eye doctors in the country at the time, Dr. Trump. He was in Firestone, and your dad was in Firestone for months. And let me give you a short story. My father was the chief of security at the Peabody. So this day, your dad was a very cool guy. So we were at the public office that day, and then somebody entered the office, and he was sitting, he was not in uniform, sitting quietly. So somebody started to overlook him, that's trying to downplay him and do something. So But the papa my dad knew your dad. So when he went inside, he said, Chief, somebody there to see you though. And the Opa came outside, oh, General. And the guy who was doing that stuff, he was like, he said, who's that? He said, that General Quimpa. He said, oh, the man didn't put on know that he was the one. But the kind of person your dad was, very quiet guy. He spent most of the people who go in Firestone, especially in Dusa era, will tell you, they met him. He was in Firestone for a long time with us in Habel for his eye treatment. So I will keep to know your father. But again, peace to his ashes. And like you said, he was somebody who was well known in Liberia, and history will always remember him. Whatever they call him the strong man, everybody knew him for that. But again, your complete resemblance of your father. There's no joke about it. I say, if somebody don't know it, will say, "Oh, General Kuma said over there." But that's about life, But it's good to have you on the closing argument, and I'd like to just. I hope I'm uncomfortable, but the question I'm about to ask you. I know that President Salif appointed you as Minister of State of Portfolio. President Weah took office, he kept you in the same position. But there was an arrangement, you late General Prince Johnson, Senator Johnson, the Vice President now, Jeremiah Kuhn, you guys were very close. All of you were close. And you were very close to President Weah and the CDC. And at one point in time, it was said that you guys were going to run his campaign in Nima. They're going election. But what happened? What changed that today? I heard one of you alone left. I think it was you, Garrison Yellow, and Mike Bleon left. But Jay and this vice president, what happened? What really happened that broke that whole arrangement? You got what really happened? If you mind telling us, please.
Thank you, Tomalin. So I also firstly forgot. Let me also use this opportunity to congratulate Honorable Samuel G. Koga for his victory in the just concluded Nimba by-election. I also want to appreciate the people of Nimba County for voting in a peaceful manner. And so, Honorable Koga, congratulations to you. I pray that you serve the people of Nimba well. To Madam Kehleboe Gongloe, I want to also appreciate you for conceding and reaching out to Senator Koga. You have demonstrated yet again your class. And so we appreciate you for that. In Liberia, they say politics is dynamic. When people make that statement, they say it because, today you and myself can be oppositions, and tomorrow we can be in position. We can speak the same language today, we'll speak different languages tomorrow. But yes, we were all with President Weah and others. Our papi, peace be to your ashes, Senator Johnson. He and I, we have some serious disagreements along the way. But they took a decision to go the other way. And Liberian politics, they say politics is dynamic. People, will switch jerseys at any point in time. But like I said, Mr. Russell, I am somebody with integrity. I'm somebody that try to be as consistent as I can be in my life. Because everything that I do it knowing that I have children behind me. And even if I'm not a beneficiary of the actions that I'm taking today, generations tomorrow, generations unborn, should benefit from the decisions that I will make today. That's my way of doing things. And so I realized, having gone to my people in Nimba County to inform them that we will be supporting President Weah in the 2023 elections. Mind you, this is in 2021, 2022. I have gone to my people. We've had series of consultations with them that we will be supporting President Weah for his re-election bid. I will be one of the key figures in Nimba County. When others decided that it wasn't politically expedient to support President Weah, they opted, for the Unity Party. I decided, having worked in the office of President Weah, having committed myself to supporting him in the 2023 election, I opted to stay. because I believe I had a commitment with President Weah, and I thought it was important for me to keep my commitment and demonstrate beyond all reasonable doubt that my commitment with President Weah was genuine. And I believe wherever President Weah is today understands that Anthony Kuyonkwah was honest, was committed to his re-election, and I have zero regrets for taking that decision to support President Weah. And so we're grateful to God for the people who listen to us, the more than 50,000 people in Nimba County who voted for President Weah. We're grateful to God for that. We're grateful to God for everything that happened thereafter. It became very tense to the extent things were said left here and there, but all of those things now are what we call water under the bridge. I've had an opportunity to meet the vice president when I went back to Liberia last year. We were together earlier on this year before the interment of Senator Johnson, and we've discussed as brothers. And like I said, water under the bridge, everything that happened in 2023, that one in 2023, water now, the article, the quick finish carrying it down. We look forward to the future and see what it holds for the Republic of Liberia.
Okay, my second question. I know that I understand what you said again, but like earlier on monitoring the show, when I talk about the name Kuyonkwah is a household name in Nimba, that's a name that will never be forgotten. In fact, most people don't know the story. The whole issue about MPFL, I mean, when they talk about it, that's where it came from. He was the first person linked to that. Most people give the credit to former President Taylor, but he is a really person that really came from there, that movement. And so the name of General Kuyonkwah will always be etched in the history of Nimba County throughout. But I mean, like you said earlier, I mean, why is it that with the history of your father, the name, you are not taking that legacy? I mean, that in Nimba, you think today somebody of a Kuyonkwah title reference will be either playing a key role in Nimba politics, will be involved there. Is it because you can't speak the dialect, that's why they are holding you back, or that's why they, or perhaps you are so, I know you were very young.
I'm sure it's more complicated than that, Tomalin.
I don't know.
The thing is, Tomalin, that's a good question. Like I said, we don't, our former leader, when I mean our former leader, I'm talking about the people of Nimba, that's Senator Johnson, peace be to his ashes, has been on the record, or was on the record multiple times, stating the purpose or the reasoning behind their decision to mobilize and come to remove President Doe as being the ill treatment of General Kuyonkwah. And I mean, he said that multiple times. But now it will interest you to know that the dear senator never supported Kuyonkwah's son in any election in Nimba County, to the extent he personally campaigned against me. But that's politics. Senator Johnson had his reason. In my mind, I did everything a son, because Senator Johnson was like a father to me, right? Should have been like a father to me. I did everything that a son would do to a father. I mean, when I went back to Liberia in 2015, following my studies here in the US, my older brother, my older sister, my cousins, my uncle, we went to Senator Johnson, took white chicken to him. Papi, thank you for everything. I'm back in the country. I'm your son. I'm at your disposal, whatever. When Senator Johnson needed to get some information to former President Weah, he will use me. He needed information from there. I was getting information. I did everything humanly possible to show to Senator Johnson that, look, listen, I'm your son. There's no evil intention here. And the relationship was always fantastic pre-elections. Whenever elections came around, the papi flipped and said some of the most disparaging things about my father, right? Some of which I will not see here, but it's what it is. I should have listened to a friend and brother many years ago, Lloyd Scott. Lloyd Scott, in hindsight, I see him as a magician now, because everything Lloyd Scott told me about my attempts to get involved in Nimba politics, beginning in Nimba, came to pass. And so I want to use this medium to thank Lord, I didn't listen, yo, my brother now I learned, right? And so Senator Johnson was the leader of Nimba County undisputedly. We all respected him. But when I had to disagree with Senator Johnson, you bet I disagree with Senator Johnson. Vice President Kuhn is a brother. He knows me very well. Vice President Kuhn knows that when I take my decision, I take my decision. But I wish him well. I wish the administration well. Peace be to the ashes of Senator Johnson. Oftentimes I reach out to his wife to say hello to her, to tell her that I'm her son, I'm around. Whenever I'm back in Liberia, I will reach out to her. And Senator Johnson, there are a few things in all of the other things you want to say about him that he really took to his heart. That was educating the young people of our country. Senator Johnson's hard labor, his money that he earned during his political career, most of which was spent on that polytechnic in Ganta. All he lived for was that school. If you knew Senator Johnson very well, whenever you had an opportunity to sit with him, he talked about that school. He put his everything. So I'm asking the vice president and all Nimba stakeholders, one thing you can do for Senator Johnson's legacy, and that's all of us included, is to ensure that that polytechnic does not die. Is to ensure that that place is completed, it is functioning for young people to get education from there. That would be my appeal to the vice president, because he's the head in terms of the biggest public official from Nimba County now. So it begins with him. It trickles down to all of us. Yeah, Tomalin.
Thank you. Back to the host, Mr. Gimmon. Go ahead. So.
Yeah. Welcome, Dr. Peabody. Great seeing you on the show.
Good to see you, my brother. Thank you. Thank you for holding it down. Thank you.
We have our great guest, Honorable Kuwankwa here. I know you got one or two questions. You can ask your question now, or you know, whatever you want to say to the Honorable, say it to him. And I keep reminding him that I have two questions for him. I want him to contemplate it while you're talking. One is, you said, Scott says a few things to you that have come to pass. I want to ask you, what are some of those things he told you? And the second one is the friction between the family and Ellen Johnson Sirleaf. Some believe that she abandoned him, she forsook him.
Omar watching the show. Give me Omar watching the show.
Yes, but that's the friction that is there. I would like for him to address that. Yeah, Dr. Peabody, go ahead.
Mr. Kuwankwa, good to see you. Good to see everybody on the show, Mr. Gilman, Tiffany, and Brother Russell. Good to see you guys. It's good to have you on the closing acumen. I know you guys, I must be honest, have not followed the conversation, but I heard him talking about the Nimba County Community College.
University.
Johnson Community College, I don't know how to call it, that was started by Prince Johnson, and that it is completed, and all of that. But let me ask you this question, Mr. Kuwankwa. What is it that you want the vice president to do? Because this school was started by Prince Johnson after private university. What is it that you want the vice president to do? He didn't establish it in the name of the people of Nimba. He did not build that. So this is Nimba College. It was his private university. So what is it that you think the vice president can do to really help complete the university?
So the vice president can do multiple things, including all of us from Nimba County. As I said earlier, one thing that Senator Johnson was so into was that school. I don't know if you've been there. That school is up there in terms of the construction and the size and all that of that place is you can compare it better than plenty educational institutions we have in Liberia. I'm being truthful to you about that. There are many things that the vice president can do, some of which will be this. There are a lot of institutions that people constructed in their own name, but given circumstances like funding and other stuff, the government can go into an agreement with those families and say, listen, we will take over this place here because we know on your own, you may not have the financial might to be able to sustain this place. We will maintain the name, the Prince Johnson Polytechnic, but then, the government takes over this place so that, it does what it has to do for the community. That's one. The next thing is, the people of Nimba, right? We can begin the discussion about coming up with a plan on how we can make that institution operational. And this has to be led by our biggest government face, that is the vice president, right? So that's why when I say the vice president, he has to begin the process because now he is the prodigal son of Senator Johnson, right? Even when Senator Johnson got really mad with the current president, when he want to, he can say, but our son dead now, so what they call, so he's the prodigal son. I'm saying this is something that as Nimbayans, we should ponder over, beginning with the vice president, to ensure that that institution will 2-3 years from now, we'll see so bush laying down and then raccoon and all around there. It will not be good for Senator Johnson's legacy because that was something that he cherished so dearly. That's where I'm coming from, Dr. Peabody.
Koga, Samuel Koga, senator-elect, he's one of those that one would say have written on the morale of the popularity of Prince Johnson, and he just won the most recent election. If Prince Johnson was still alive, the people of Nimba saw him as a liberator, reconciler. He brought them together. He all the people together. I want to shift a little bit. They just ended election. It divided a lot of the folks from Nimba. What do you think if Prince Johnson was still alive and the kind of reconciliation that is needed now in Nimba, not only in our country as well? What do you think the senator-elect should be doing now, or the vice president should do to bring all the parties together?
Well, thank you, Dr. Peabody. But listen, so a few takeaways from the just concluded by-elections in Nimba County. And to your point, the vice president, I will always start from the vice president because he's at the top from Nimba County now, right? So it's the vice president and everybody else. So the issue of reconciliation, they say the head starts the process. The ball begins at the feet of the vice president. So because the just concluded election, there are a few takeaway. One, the ethnic rhetoric for me was unnecessary. The ethnic rhetoric was unnecessary. And sometimes those things can come back and haunt you if care is not taken. Now, let me tell you what the takeaway from this just ended election in my mind is like. And I hope the vice president will be listening tonight. There was this putsch about the Guar people time. The last time I checked, there are several tribes in Nimba, right? But there was this push that is the Guar people time. And so all Guars were encouraged to vote the senator Koga. All Manos were also encouraged. All other tribes were also encouraged to vote Koga. But something interesting happened looking at the results from that elections. With all the ethnic rhetoric that was played by Koga, Madam Kehleboe Gongloe won all the Mano districts in Nimba County. But yeah, it gets very interesting. The 40,000+ vote Madam Edith won, more than 95% were Mano people. Those of you who followed the election like myself, in cosmopolitan cities in the Mano settlement, Koga got numbers. For example, Ganta. Ganta is the melting pot of Nimba County, and it is beginning to be the second melting pot of the Republic of Liberia. Interestingly, there are almost 35 to 40% of Guar people making up the population in the city of Ganta. So if you see the numbers Koga was getting in Ganta, speaks to the Guar votes in Ganta. If you go over to Sanikole, the population of Guar in Sanikole is somewhere between 15 to 25%. So in certain segments in Sanikole, you see that Koga was getting vote. But in the rural area of the Mano settlement, Edith won landslide. That tells you the Mano people did not buy that rhetoric. And so if I was the vice president, the night after NEC announced the election, I will be reaching out. If I was the opposition, I will start to look Edith's way very closely, because what that demonstrates to me is she has a base in Nimba County, and that is the Mano people. Despite the ethnic rhetoric, despite the money that was spent in Nimba, Edith got 40,000 votes, most of which came from the Mano people. Senator Yan Twayen, in his own hometown, Edith won the votes there, even though he was one of the biggest campaigner with the rhetoric that it is the Guar people time. So Mano people were encouraged to vote for Edith. So that's one takeaway. The next takeaway is, even in the Guar belt, there is an opposition. The 60,000+ vote Koga got, 95+% of that vote came from Dam people, Guar people. But even within the Guar belt, you still had almost 13, 14, 15,000 people voting against that tribal rhetoric as well. Like basically voting against Koga, because Mark from the CMC had about, I think, 6,000 something. What they call the guy? Garrison had about 5,000 something. I think Gompu had about 1,000 something. So those are votes that went against the rhetoric that there was Guar people time, because those people themselves had their own propaganda, had their own messaging that was counter to the messaging of the ruling establishment. So in the Guar belt, you still have opposition. So if I was the vice president, I know I got a lot of work to do. And finally, if you look at the vote against the government's candidate, percentage-wise, the opposition took nearly 48% of the vote, because Edith got about 30-something%. If you take the percentages of those other people that went against the government candidate, you're talking almost 48%. That's a huge number to look at, in election. The most oppositions have garnered in Nimba County without Prince Johnson, right? There's somewhere between 15 to 22, 23%. And Pewee, you can help me here if I'm missing the numbers a little bit, right? So the opposition should not feel bad about the elections in Nimba, because a lot was at stake and a lot happened with the outcome of the elections. Vice President Kun and all his lieutenants must see that election result as a meaning that, my man, everything not correct here, you guys have to work if the vice president will be on the ticket in 2029, because you must have your base, and you not want to have your base when you're having this amount of opposition in your base. So I will stop there.
Great.
Thank you. Thank you.
The question about Scott, what were the things that he said to you that became prophetic in Nimba?
Unfortunately, I would not say that here. But I just, Lloyd is a musician. That guy, when I met him, he's only believe it. Everything I meant to me in the past. So when he called me in November of 2023, I said, my man, I got nothing to say to you. I learned now.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, let me reintroduce the show. Welcome to the Monday edition of The Closing Argument. I am Jerome Gaiman, sitting in for the chief. With me are Honorable Winfred Russell, the professor, Sylvester Pewee here from our diplomatic side. Obviously, Dr. Peabody is here, the host, original, and then the chief himself is back there. Mr. Kuwangpa, I know this is a very touchy area, but I was in Staten Island, New York, and there was a forum. And the argument there was that there was a friction between Madam Ellen Johnson Sirleaf and your father, and a segment of the society feels that he was abandoned. Your take?
Well, I will for the respect of the former president of Liberia and my father, wherever he is, to not talk about his personal relationship with people. Now, people have their own opinions on issues, all right, about my father. I have my opinion. I'm from the school of thought that, yes, there may have been people who spoke to my father about going to remove President Doe, but I'm convinced within myself that ultimate decision was made by my father, realizing that it was the best for the people of Liberia. Hence, the level of celebration that was across Liberia when he announced his coup that morning. So I would want to leave it at that, and all the other issues about who did what, who didn't do what. People will have their opinion, and I respect everybody for their opinion. But I don't want to believe that my father was this person who was controlled by other people. That the people of Liberia know my father as the strong man, all right, strong man, and I wanted to remain. I would like for it to remain that way, not as somebody who was controlled by other people, as some will want to make people believe.
Okay, well, ladies and gentlemen, you have Honorable Kuwangpa here. Honorable Kuwangpa, most children, most boys sees their father as a role model and usually wants to be like him. He was a military man. Why didn't you choose to be like your father by going the military route?
Yes, I saw in the family, my older brother, Tom Jr., shows signs of being a military man from an early age. He was doing everything, that made everybody in the family to believe that he was going to be in the military. But then, unfortunately, things happened and that fell true. For me, I opted the other way. Now I'm a politician in Liberia, an administrator. I work with the government of Liberia with an impeccable record, may I say. All right. I'm somebody who is comfortable living with what I earn. Right. I am not moved by material things. I don't believe in becoming a millionaire overnight. That's why I come to America. I work my butts off every day to make a living to sustain my family. All right. I do not believe it is good for somebody who has been entrusted in a public position to become a millionaire overnight when we don't even have water running all over the city of Monrovia, just Monrovia. I don't believe in that.
Great. Mr. Russell.
Yeah, thanks. The conversation is fascinating, and I like some of the things that you have had to say with respect to Nimba politics and to current dynamics that seem to inform the direction and the interplay between the politics in Nimba vis-a-vis the country as a whole. So what, and I know you said earlier, at least you insinuated earlier, you may not want to go deep into talking about some aspect of private conversation that I may have taken place before and all of that. I respect that. But my question is and concern is that, I mean, I'm blown away. I mean, it's not because of the tribal, affiliation between your late father and the late Senator Johnson, but what could it have been? It was so bad that created this enmity between them, or for him to even speak disparagingly, of not only your late father, but to not embrace his kids and family members. I mean, to do it not only with their tribal brothers. I mean, they were brothers. I mean, so what was so profound that could have?
Mr. Russell, that is the thing that's mind-boggling to me. That even to this day, look, Senator Johnson and I will be very good throughout. Once election rolls around,
wow,
everything changes. So now anybody can make their own, from there, but what I will say is that was his decision, and I respected that. And can you imagine, Mr. Russell? I accumulated 6,000 plus votes in 2023. That was still not enough to win an election, simply because I had the political juggernauts of Nimba County against me in a small district called District Number 3. To the extent that people were on motorbike or jumping against me. So it says a lot, but I will leave that.
Yeah, it does.
I will leave that to the pundits, but there will be no way Anthony Kuompa will succeed in life and do not look out for the children of Senator Johnson. That's not possible. That's not possible. Okay? Whether he's alive or not alive. I'm talking to you about his school, right? It tells you my mindset. All right. Look, the first thing that I saw of my father was this video. I'm sure most of you have seen it with George Boley, my father dead body, with George Boley feet at his head and making statements. It will interest you to know that I have met Mr. Boley. I have met Mr. Boley multiple times. And I've said to him,
how does that make you feel, though?
Look, at the end of the day, Liberia is bigger than how I feel as a person. I had to heal myself. Some of the reasons that people went against me in Nimba County was because Samuel Doe Jr. is my very good friend. The story is deeper. Who am I to judge Samuel Doe Jr. for what happened between his father and my father when I was 2, 3, 4 years old? People took it personal that I invited Samuel Doe's son to Nimba County without their approval. And because of that, I was seen as a deviant to the cause of Nimba. But Mr. Russell, those things have not shattered me as a person. They've emboldened me to continue to do those things because those are the kind of actions that we need in Liberia to move our country forward. Because trust me, every family who lost a loved one in that civil war also has a right to be angry with those they believe perpetrated the mayhem against the people. So if we all start to hold on to those things, where does it take Liberia? Where? Right? So I felt Samuel Doe Jr. and I uniting and people seeing the genuineness in our relationship was a good step in the right direction for reconciling our people of that country. Others saw it otherwise. Maybe they saw that, oh, the young people begin one kind, you want alle be man, you want alle what it go, will step on, people mindset, right? People mindset. And the thing is, I do not have to be elected in Liberia to serve my country. I do not have to be a minister in government or managing director to serve Liberia. I don't. The small things that we will do here and there can move that country forward. All right? And so when I see people questioning why the other person who was saying that thing was purple yesterday saying blue today, the only thing I can say to you is the lack of opportunity is one of the reasoning behind the way things are proceeding in our country, where you see people you think should be knowledgeable about something. When they talk about that thing in a certain way, it makes you wonder, no, there's no opportunity. People only defending their daily bread. That's all people do in Liberia. Because if they're done, the power that be sees them as people who are against, and they take a job from them, then their family will die. But trust me, Mr. Russell, if Liberia was a society where my brother Pewee and myself can go get $2,000-3,000 job outside of government, you think I'm supposed to be worrying about what is somebody doing in health ministry or finance ministry or whatnot? No. But government has now become the primary means by which people survive. And so it doesn't surprise me when somebody who was criticizing George we are riding private plane yesterday, today, trying to justify what riding private plane is. It doesn't surprise me because I know those people are doing it because there's zero opportunity outside government. So they're doing it to protect their survival. their livelihood. That's all.
Great. Mr.
So yeah, but okay. My second question. Let me push back a little. Now it's great that you have bounded. Sounds like pretty well with former President Dough's son. So you guys apparently have a relationship that is great. And so you have one SLEEN leader, son, and the other SLEEN leader, son, coming together and showing the rest of the country what reconciliation is and how we all need to move forward. But so the both of you are on one side of all of that, of the divide. Now you had, kids of, kids whose parents were also killed during the 1980. That your father was also part of their group. So there were a lot of kids, their parents were also killed, a whole bunch of them, Have you all now in this your quest for reconciliation and coming together met with some of those children and the families of those people who were brutally killed?
Thank you very much, Mr. Russell. I think SKD, because I know of the names of the tech team people, but I know SKD organized this teleconference with Cecil Dennis, one of his sons. Okay, and there was this discussion about us first meeting and coming up with an idea as to how we go about it, because everything you have to plan it, right? Because everybody different sides, like you rightly stated, people not talk plenty different thing, other people ears, plenty different thing, other people ears. So there's a way you approach it that make people to understand that this is about the country, right? This is about the country, because our parents are no better than the more than 200,000 people that died in the war. Every single Liberian that died, in my mind, are as important as my father, as President Doe, as the tech team people on the World Cup. So let us not make the reconciliation of our country about our parents and the tech team people, because something happened that led to something happening. At the end of the day, people died in our country. So we all must come together and say, listen, this is the history of the Republic of Liberia. We cannot get away from that. That's the history. But let us use our history as a motivation to move our country forward. And when I look today and see in the governance of our country, and see some of the things people are saying and the way people are behaving, it tells me that some people don't even know or understand how we got to where we are today. And so that their behaviors show to me that they understand it, because a nation that understands where it came from is a nation that is prepared to engage the future for proper transformation. Unfortunately, you got people in the corridors of power in our country at all levels who got zero understanding and or appreciation of what it meant to have come from there to here today. And so you see the way we are moving. Okay? People can flip back 35 years ago when people were eating pan cabbage in Liberia. Sometimes before somebody says something, they will think properly before they say it. All right? But people are not thinking like that. And that's it.
Thank you.
So we are looking in that direction. I spoke personally with Mr. Dennis, and I will reach out to SKD again. He's in England now, to see if we can do that WhatsApp group chat to begin, and then move that thing to the country, so that people, and we don't want SKD and myself relationship is void of politics. My quest to reach out to a lot of stakeholders in Liberia, void of politics, because I believe it's the right thing to do to move our country forward. Because even to this day, there are people who are still bitter from what happened in our country. Okay? And a bitter nation, that's in progress. Who told you bad thing ain't happening in Rwanda? But there was this national decision to put country first and move ahead. But you still got people who are clinging onto their political constituencies because they are still holding on to the old things. And they don't want people to get away from the old things to move ahead.
Thank you. Welcome to Victor Namwe, the Northeast Regional Chair, CMC USA. Welcome back to the country, Vic.
It's good to be back. Thank you for having me. Good evening, everyone, and hello to everyone listening and watching. It's good to be here. Thomas, it's an honor, Mr. Kuyunkwa, to be on the same platform with someone bearing the last name of the late general. A lot of us in the student community then, we revered him. He stood for all that was not a military style of governance. So, much respect. I just wanted to understand, I listened to you coming in the back end, and it seemed to be so much animus against the name Kuyunkwa. I mean, before Prince Johnson, there was Thomas G. Kuyunkwa. So you said you think part of your rejection at the polls was because you reached across to embrace some of your dad's, or the descendants of your dad's adversaries, as in Samuel Kanyado Jr., out of that. But even your dad, he faced so much resistance from Nimba. Correct me if I'm wrong. When he came into the country in 1985, he didn't come through Nimba, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, he came through Sierra Leone. And some of us found that very puzzling. Even Joe Wally himself, he has not been able to adequately explain to me why they did that. But we kind of surmise it could have been because of this intense animus and resistance from the people of Nimba. How do you understand this? What do you think is responsible for this?
Well, I want to think otherwise. I don't think there were resistance from the people of Nimba. If not, the people of Nimba rallied because of the ill treatment of my father, and went to the different military bases around West Africa and North Africa to come back and stage a full-fledged rebellion. Okay. My father would rather do what we call, the 2003 war in Iraq. That was a code name, the shock and awe. Doing a full-scale revolution will take a lot of toll on the people. So doing a shock and awe type thing will be okay. But as for the love of the people of Nimba, the people of Nimba showed their love and commitment to the general throughout his life, and it was demonstrated after he died. Look, the people of Nimba suffered. The people of Nimba suffered because of disagreement between my father and President Doe. You know the story better than I do because I was just 4 years old. And so, yes, politics is something that when people with zero integrity, people with no history of consistency become leaders, they do every and anything to maintain their stronghold, the stronghold of the people. All right. And so, like I said earlier, when folks refer to me as Jabate instead of Jrate, there is this thing in some part of Liberia with some of our people that the Mandingos are not good enough to be anything big in Liberia. Whereas the history of Liberia shows that the Mandingos have played a meaningful role in the governance structure of our country over the years. Yet still, there are people who believe that Mandingos, especially when it comes to these local elections. Local elections are some of the hardest elections in any country, right? Because people go down to the nitty-gritty of things. So they believe that once you put a man in Jabate instead of Janate, the people there ain't going to be thinking about, oh, is it true? Where can we find it? Actually, and whatnot, right? They will just run with what they said to them. So that was it. Then I became friends with Samuel Kayando Jr. I believe we both are innocent men to what happened between our fathers. There's no reason on God's earth, on this earth, I, Anthony Kuompa, should distance myself from Samuel Doe Jr., a peaceful young man, a very likable person, friendly guy. All right? This man goes to Nimba to show support to me in an election. The boy printed t-shirts on the door for Kuompa. His picture and my picture on top of it. You would think people with the national sense of moving forward, people with the idea that Liberia is bigger than me, would have seen that as the moment to begin proper discussion about reconciliation. But no, people took offense. People took offense and they felt that I was doing things too fast. Maybe they had their own timetable for reconciling the country. Two young people met each other and have developed a strong bond, and we were always seen with each other all around Monrovia, and people took offense to that. So no, the people of Nimba love my father. Love my father to some of them dying because of my father. A lot of people don't even understand what the Nimba raid was. People got their own interpretation about Nimba raids. The real story about Nimba raids, people don't even know because people don't put the time into understanding what happened that we call the Nimba raid. When my father resigned from the army under pressure from the Master Sergeant to become the Secretary General of the People's Redemption Council, under the advice of John G. Ramsey, who at the time was the minister. I don't know if some of you have read the letter, the memo from John G. Ramsey.
I read it. Yeah, I know about that.
That memo brought Liberia to its knees because it seemed that President Doe followed every advice in that memo. Discussing the aspect of my father, President Doe was advised by his Minister of State that you can be president for 27 odd years or more than 27 years, longer than Tubman. But in order for you to be, you must do X, Y, Z. And they part with my father, Kuompa will resist, and his people will be with him. You must therefore remove Kuompa from the military because he has control of the military. You must ask him to become the Secretary General. And if he refuses, ask him to resign. my father resigned and went to Center Street to his auntie mother place. He left from Monrovia and went to Kehleboe in Nimba County. Back in the days, when you and somebody making problem in the city, when the person go back to that village, it means the person want problem with you. They finish living. We all know what happened thereafter. My father came, and something interesting, my father came to this country. He enrolled at the University of Maryland, Baltimore campus. He was doing accounting and finance. And you know what? Several decades later, his son did accounting and finance. He both his undergrad and grad studies, right? And Johnny Boy Henry told me this. I had no idea whatsoever. So, Mr. Nambe, the people of Nimba love General Kurumpa, but politics has a way of making people to think differently. And so, some of the things you heard, right, with me, are people who were hearing things from politicians who felt, let us damage the history of this country, of this county, for political reasons. And so they will want to vilify people who stood up and took the name of Nimba County at the highest level in national politics. They will want to vilify them and make whoever underneath them to look like nobody in Nimba County. So that's politics. We understand. That is our responsibility.
Thank you very much for the clarification.
That is our responsibility to ensure the people of Nimba and Liberia understand who General Kurumpa was.
Great. Pewee, you're on deck.
Yeah, thank you. Listen, before we even push on to this, I know we've been having conversation around this issue about the politics and what unfolded in the past. The people asked a question, I thought also to just hit that. I think one of the reasons why the vice president and the people of Nimba can let this shiny legacy of Mr. Johnson is to, normally the government do subsidize most of the private institutions. So that could be one of the things that could push to get a lot of subsidies for the Prince George University there in Ganta. That would help keep the university moving forward. But I had a conversation with some of the concluding aspect of Anthony just and pushed me to reflect on some of the conversation I had with past commanding generals of are very key at the time I sat with them. Two of them from Lofa, actually, the late General Moriti Zize and the late General Guar Johnson. They were very key on the level of regimentation, and I took very important notes from those conversations with these two very powerful military, well-regimented military generals. Their point is that at the time in the set with the late foreign president, Samuel Doe, they believed that General Kurumpa was a very well-regimented individual. And that was part of the reason that letter came from the Minister of State. And the point that they even pushed him to go to serve as the Secretary General. He didn't want that because he believed the purpose was to serve and play a very major role in terms of, because the intent of, from his perspective, the intent of the revolution was not meant to come and individualize this issue of power. It's our time, the struggle, right? Most of them have issue. Even the you have three, I think out of the 17 men, I think 3 or 4 of them came from, I think some of them, Abraham quality perspective was also different on that. So the general not using also Nimba, and that's one of the things General Johnson said before. He said the reason why he didn't use Nimba, he was very mindful and sensitive of the tribal sentiments at the time that were held against the Nimbayans. Yeah, he was very sensitive of that. He would have used Nimba, he would have gotten a rousing welcome in Nimba County. He thought to not do that, that would have been tantamount of exposing the port. The same thing you were afraid of. Eventually, it started on for immediately after the coup failed. The post started to bundle. I can recall. I don't remember the actual something, but I knew the fear that came through, even in the Sioux factory area and all of things. People of Nimba descent started to move from house to house. And also he had that same fear. And I want to believe that's one of the reasons why he didn't use Nimba County, because he wanted to say, hey, this is not a Nimba thing. This was a national struggle who believed that we needed to come and have a change. So the perspective of the way he played, I understand that he may have his own pitfall. I'm not trying to say he's not. There's no blame game. The individual may shift some of the blame on him in terms of the way they came out, the way they handle issue. But what part of his perspective was that even the court martial, from the information I got, was not to go about it, to court martial those guys the way they did, to have them executed publicly, right? He had own sentiments about some of those things. It's something personal. I was going to ask this question. I say, and one of the questions I asked to the general was, what did he really capture Samuel Doe? I was very keen to understand that if he really captured Samuel Doe. And the woman said to me, listen, the way he came in with a very surgical mission. The way he came in, there was no, he said, all of them were very shocked. They don't know how, he said, you're getting dressed to go to work when you heard this. The way he came in, there was no way if he had just planned the way, but the unfortunate mission was he didn't go to end that one. The way he took his next plan as to, instead of moving to this end, was to move towards the other barrack, maybe have spoiled his mission. And again, part of that fear was that he didn't want any more bloodbath. So he was already careful in planning a surgical military mission that led to him eventually being captured and executed the way and unfolded. So I just try to say here, and there's no question, my dear brother. We had a lot of conversation with you before. One of the things I try to just push in quickly here is that at the time, the military, and that's what brought us to where we are today. And I hope we push for more reconciliation. Mr. Nambe, you live far ahead of us to see most of those things unfold, right? But again, before the Nimba Raid, what had the Nimba Raid and other things, people shipped us on the blame. I think most of the top military generals before said, and they celebrated him. And from what I learned from two commanding generals of the armed forces of Liberia, they said he was a very good man. He was a regimented military officer that prided himself to ensure that the system is functional, and the reason why they came should be to protect the interests of the people. So that's the kind of a way. So it was just unfortunate he made his demise in under the kind of very gruesome circumstances that we have to unfold this way. But I thought to just bring this up to acknowledge his day. I think, like I said, we just have to continue to push this, and they won't, like I said, we have to spread across to say, hey, there are still strong soldiers in the country, so we can move to. I think we all reveal him actually.
Thank you, Chief George.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Gilman. Look, it's a very fascinating conversation we're having tonight, and Anthony, you have brought out the whole. I mean, the people that are watching this show, you won't believe it, but you have a lot of things being said tonight. People are watching this show, and you are making a lot of headways tonight. But again, I'll say this first. That people just said, and some of us were old enough to know the legacy of your father because to see what he did. For instance, he brought discipline in the army, and I remember came a time people were doing harassment was taking place. He stopped that. He put a stop to that. Okay. In fact, there were reports that a member of the council, when they go to council meeting, they have fist fight because he was one of those who were advocating the law. That people said we took power to save this country, but not to take power. 1985, we plan to turn the current about the surveillance rule. And like John Rand said, that he said that letter he wrote, a letter to strategy to how to remain in power after 1980.
Mm-hmm.
That's why he wrote that letter.
Yeah, he said that we have been power for 47 years.
Yeah, and he wrote that thing. He brought the whole to my International Assembly, all that stuff. He did it. Now, when your dad became so powerful, so people very respected him in civilian and across the country, they tried to promote him as Secretary General of the Council. He said, "No, I won't stay in the barracks." So don't fire him. When they fire him, like you already said, he moved to his anti-player, I think, on Center or Carey Street. They call Edith Dinglish, I think, or do Edith Dinglish, right? Mary. Okay, yes. And while he was there, people used to sneak to go and visit him, people in the government. And they said they get issue of one, they said, much to visit, going back. So, and because of that, he said, so let me go on my farm. He went on his farm. We don't know that there was a general who they used. He was crawling in the night like a groundhog to go and assassinate the man. and how can that general got killed? People know the story. They're using to assassinate General Kweba on his farm. The person was crying like a groundhog, and he got killed. A popular general from Nima too. Okay, and then they came on a Nima raid, and everything happens, and he leave the country and so forth. But that was a lot of things happened. But you know, somebody sent me a question just now, and they said, "I ask you." They say, "Look, because people just didn't want any brand new viable in Nima politics. Thomas Kweba and Jackson F. Does were fighting the needs they were fighting for. However, they do not show no respect for the descendants. Why? And people, most of the time, you say, yeah, because the brand name, and perhaps now maybe the one is a movement for you is to seize the movement now to step up. You said something profound. Let me end right. The last election I just took place, local election. And you're just giving an analysis about the votes that took place. Right now, if Madam Kehleboe Gongloe may have lost the election, but people should look at her votes and where she got the votes from. And if she continues to remain engaged in that county, she will be a viable person in 2029. People will look for her. But it depends on those who are running, who want to be, or who want to factor in the Nima politics and so forth. But look, I will say this to you. I'm happy. Look, again, man, thank you for bringing this man to brother on the show. It was through your instrumentality. I mean, a lot of things happening. People watching this show and texting me here, and I'm hearing a lot of stuff. But you bring us some news, revolution taking place.
But let me.
The thing when you're some of those started, you'll continue to do it because people should not blame you. Y'all were young kids. You have nothing to do with what your parents did. But for the fact that
there's something I didn't want to.
Yeah, go ahead.
I have opted not to go into, but let me say this.
Yes.
Because I know a lot of people listening and all that.
Yeah.
For the first time in my life, I was at a point where I almost took my own life. This is me admitting to the public.
Wow.
Not even my mother, not even my loved ones have heard about this, but I will say it today.
Wow.
And that happened in 2023. I don't know if any one of you can remember when Senator Johnson took to the airways and said to people that I ambushed him.
Yes, remember that.
Garguah gave me $4 million. I tried to kill him in my hometown. Some of the things I heard some Nimba people say about me and my father, simply because Senator Johnson was on his regular propaganda, deflected me to the point where I felt it was useless to ever identify myself as a Nimba person.
And you would have been, sorry, I'm not interrupting you. You would have been a cow if you're going to harm yourself. Trust me, I'm not going to forgive you.
And
yes.
They said all they could say. People wrote the U.S. Embassy. Nimba people wrote the U.S. Embassy to have my status in this country revoked because George Weah had given me $4 million to buy arms and ammunition in Ivory Coast to disrupt the election in Nimba so that George Weah will win. People will call my phone and threaten to kill me. Who am I to challenge Senator Johnson when Senator Johnson said Nimba people should support George Weah? And I said, Nimba people should support Joe Parker, and I said I will support Weah because I promised Weah. A lot of things happened. Some people that are even sent to school from Nimba that are fed from Nimba County. People who knew me from my childhood days said some of the worst thing ever to me because of what Senator Johnson said when the very senator knew everything he was saying was from the belly of lies. People from Nimba attacked me. Other people said all they had to say. Thought about that. Then I called my daughter. Miss Antoinette. She will be graduating from Towson University next year here in Baltimore. I said, your father is at his lowest. I need you to talk to me. And my daughter said to me, you believe in serving your people. There should be nobody that stops you from serving your people. And so I am saying this today to say to you that politics has a way of making good people look bad. Here I was, the son of General Kuompa in Nimba County, being vilified at the point of being killed in his hometown. And people play politics and have everything to say. But you know what? I am stronger today than I was yesterday. If anybody thought Kuompa is out of politics in Nimba, Liberia, then I mean you're not on earth. Because I am more emboldened to talk about the ills in our society. I am stronger to say to my supporters, Kuompa ain't leaving politics. Kuompa is on a mission. He's not leaving politics. And I'm thankful to the Vice President who, when I went to his house, said to me, my brother, our politics, let's move on. So we move on. But politics is something that when you don't pay attention to, you will lose good friends and families.
Mm-hmm.
What happened to the PRC is something that I've learned from, and I continue to educate young people that as much as we're involved in politics, we got to understand if we ain't play it correct, we will damage each other.
But let me ask you this, because you bring up
Mr. Name, real quick. I'll be coming to you. Dr. Peabody, you were next.
You know what? Let Nyenwolo go after him.
Great.
Okay.
Name, let's go.
The Reverend. Thank you. I'll be quick. No, I just wanted to know, Thomas. I keep saying Thomas, Anthony. You make a good point. One would think that with the natural departure of Prince of Senator Johnson, guys like yourself will be emerging as the shakers and movers in Nimba. And I'm wondering, did you support any candidate in this recent by-election? If so, why? If not, why?
So, like I said to you, I have demonstrated consistency in my 43 years on earth. I do not intend to depart from that because of any reason. I believe for Liberia to be a better country, the issue of integrity, the issue of consistency must be placed up there when vetting good leaders for our country. I supported Garrison Yelu in this going election. Garrison, in the midst of all the attacks on him, even at the extent, Garrison almost died because he supported Kuompa in 2023. Garrison stood with me in Nimba. Together we fought, but we came short on both fronts, meaning I lost the election, President Weah didn't win. And so once Garrison Yelu appeared on the ballot box, I then was morally obligated. I was morally obligated
to
to support Garrison, even though I knew the sentiment, even though I knew the sentiment was against Garrison, but I had to show to Garrison, listen, you stood with me yesterday in the midst of everything. I will stand with you today. Even though I'm not in Liberia, I was able to rally some of my supporters, and they voted for him. And
listen, let me pass you on to Dr. Peabody. Thank you very much, Dr. Peabody. Anthony, thank you so much. Listen, let me just say this. I will encourage you. Don't quit now. Best of luck to you, my brother.
Thank you.
Dr. Peabody.
Mr. Coenpart, you said a lot of things. Your dad, the relationship, reconciliation. You started with young Doe and with, I mean, it makes a lot of sense. Everybody, saying this, you going back to Sam Doe Jr. I mean, I met his daughter. They're decent people. They're great people, and you guys were able to do that. But in Nima itself, what is the future of, you supported the CDC. What is the future of CDC in Nima? How do you see hope for CDC in Nima? Now we have a new godfather on the block, Jeremiah Cohn. What do you think? Is the Nima just the people from Nima just gravitate to just one person? I mean, because of the highest position. What is the future of them? CDC, the party that you supported.
Well, thank you, Dr. Peabody. I think that's a question for the CDC hierarchy, the CDC strategists. They will best determine what's the way forward in Nimba County. I supported CDC in 2023, and I have zero regret to that. If the CDC deems it necessary that it will continue to work with Anthony Kuapa, that is a decision for the CDC to make. And I will leave it at that. With respect to Nimba gravitating to a particular leader, at least I'm 43 years old. I know when there was General Kuapa, Nimba County was beyond General Kuapa. When there was Jackson Fiado, Nimba County was beyond Jackson Fiado. When it was Blozo Toue, when DK Wanseli of the Word, the Eugene Kidor, the Moses Dwopu, so Nimba is noted for gravitating towards, quote unquote, the leaders, right? But those days and now are two different things. When you have surrogates of those who are seen as the leader today, trying to disparage everything there was, then you have a problem. When you forget the history of who you are, then the future becomes difficult for you. Madam Edith Gongloe took an independent decision to support Georgia in 2023. You should have listened to some of the things people said about her. As if those of us who supported CEC, a government that impacted Nimba County and sons and daughters of Nimba County, as if it was something wrong that we did. Yes, Vice President Kun has been trying to reach out individually here and there, but he needs to do more. He needs to do more, because if people feel that when somebody say Nima might go left, it means all the Nima will go left, and that is the mentality going to 2029, you will have the biggest opposition in Nimba County. I can tell you that for a fact.
My last question here.
I'm finished.
Okay, go ahead.
If people think that the status quo as is to disrespect everybody, anybody who say different thing, you disrespect them, the opposition in Nima will be the biggest in 2029. It is up to the vice president and his people to see where we go forward. As for CDC, If CDC determines it is important to work with Myean, Anthony, Garrison, everybody that wants CDC will make that decision up to them.
Wow. Dr. Peabody, your last question.
Yeah, let me go on my last question here. Your dad was from Nima, very famous man. I was a young man and I heard about Thomas Guar. You know, I watched videos and all of that, you know, from Nima. But people going back to Nima don't see any history of you know, we see the Prince Johnson, the father of Nima and all of that, but what do you plan to do anything in memory of your father so that when some of us go there, you know, I was in Nima about a month and a half ago, but I didn't see anything to tell me, hey, this is one of the sons of Nima who fought for Nima. The legacy. What have you got done, or what are you guys doing for his legacy to live on in Nima country?
Well, thank you. That's a very good question, and look, personally, the family will do something. I can tell you that. Personally, the family will do something. But it's a shame that you have a county in Nimba. You have the people of Nimba that have allowed politics to cloud some of their judgment and try to downplay the impact of people before the current actors. But some of us are here. Whatever we will do it in our weak ways because we see that as our obligation. And so there are plans to establish the Thomas Kurunkpa Foundation. Once that plan gets to a certain level, the public will be notified. But as for Nimba County, is there? We have a vice president of the republic that we respect. But there are a lot of things that we tend to disagree on. But disagreements are important to have. They're good things to have in a democracy. Because if you can disagree with somebody in a democracy, then there's no need to say you're in a democratic state. So everybody says, so say one, and so say all, then so say one, and so say all. But we're not moved by those things. We're committed to what we believe in. And we will continue to advocate for the people of Liberia, not just the people of Nimba.
Thank you. Welcome to Mr. Gongloe. Mr. Gongloe, how are you doing there, sir?
I'm doing great.
You are a teacher, so every time you come to class late, we got to chastise you. Next time you come to class, we will throw you out.
No, a good teacher can come to class late. On a serious note.
Okay. So you say Gongloe is not a good teacher.
I just say something. I said a good teacher don't come to class late.
Professor Gongloe, your 2 questions, please.
I'm not a good teacher.
No, I'm not saying. I don't want to tease my people that small. You know, many other people I want to take it small.
It's all right. We're gonna make it live. Go ahead.
I got you. Tomalin, how you doing, Mr. Cool?
I mean, one of the best my teacher guy in the bro.
I'm doing good, bro. What's up?
Yeah, you know, we haven't met formally, but we've spoken on the phone. But now listen to you, and I just want to make few comments. I'm not going to be long. I came on the show because when I saw your argument, when I listened to the direction you're taking your argument, I was elated and I was happy that we still have men who are prepared to stand up. You know, after these by-elections, I talked to Dr. George Gompo, who was a candidate. I've been speaking to Councillor Yellow. He and I even spoke yesterday. Of course, I talk to Madam Way all of the time, including tonight. I think that the story Mr. Kurunkpa explained here is important for people to look into it. So even make a comment, I'll first start to talk to the general Liberian public. This whole idea that Nimba must have Godfather but all the other countries no godfather. I think it plays in the gullibility of people who just think that maybe Nima are just a bunch of fools. That one person must decide their destiny. So we got to put Nima in that basket of the parables to call Hillary Clinton. That they are just bad set of people that just follow. One person can decide their destiny. One person can make decisions for them. When there's a country with a lot of educated people, a lot of progressive people, to even think like that was every time from talk show to talk show, you hear some people say, oh, so the president next godfather. Somebody brought it to me a few weeks ago, and I said the question he asked is a stupid question. And moving forward, anybody who talks about Nima having godfather will say you are a fool. Which country you from? Do you have godfather in your country?
So those are what I was saying was stupid.
Garrison Yelu,
don't bog it
you can call your own coach. You can call your own coach. Because I think this is a dangerous thing to do.
No, you're right. Go ahead. Sorry, I tried to teach you. Go ahead, Chief.
To say in Liberia, all country has no godfather, only Nima must have godfather. And when you listen to Garrison Yelu, you are very clear on this. He gave the history. He said in 2011, they were sitting with PYJ on the Palaver at his house when he endorsed when he endorsed Ellen. And Ellen won the election. And guys, realistically, technically, there was no re-election or second round in 2011. Let's face it. CDC has officially withdrawn from the runoff election. But legally, there must be a runoff election. So now conducted the runoff election. But we are on the ballot. So whatever endorsement was made in 2011 was a moot issue. It didn't matter. After that, PYJ, according to Councillor Yelu, PYJ said, now I'm the godfather of Nima. But in 2005, he never called himself godfather. Because in 2005, he supported President George Weah in the CDC in the runoff election. And they lost. Weah won the first round in Nima. In the second round, there was a negative propaganda led by individuals that I know about Saludo and Weah in Tuzon and what have you, and they printed 20,000 of that newspapers and took it to all the villages in Nimba. And that changed people's mind against Weah. Weah could have still won the runoff election in 2005 in Nimba. But that politics, I think the journalist who wrote that story, they call him Preacher Jiblazo, you were working with Ozevo at the time. There's Ozevo, Kenneth Bear's story, newspaper where they planted the story. And that caused Weah. So, and Prince Johnson was supporting Weah at that time. You campaigned for him in Nimba in the runoff election. In fact, there was this story of George Weah being the son of Jules Dopo, the musician. That propaganda, it was led by PYJ in Nimba at the time. I was there. I was not on Mars. I was not on Autospace. I was in Nimba. I was in Ganta. They led that propaganda. And the late June Dopo, Professor Joe Dopo, was not the father of Weah. But they launched our propaganda in order to get a vote in him. So, Mr. Kumba, I'm happy that you stand firm. Because the dangerous thing that is happening in our community is that people are confused in Nimba. And they allow politicians to play the same old trick that PYJ played in the country. Now the new trick is, the new argument is, the Kumba say, I don't think this person is prepared to be president, or I don't think I support this person. Oh, you are against Nima interest. They are equating Jeremiah's personal ambition to Nima interest, which is intellectually flawed. If I was just telling someone, I said, let's dissect the fact. George Weah from Ground Crew. Let's go look in Ground Crew today. He was president. How Ground Crew is lifted. Who has been vice president? He has been senator. He's one of the most wealthy persons in Nimba. How many persons in Nima he has made them wealthy? It's his personal development for he and his family and girlfriends. To equate that to the whole generation interest, it's just sheer stupidity. It's just flawed argument to make. And I think moving forward, like I talked, Dr. Gongloe and I discussed the other time, we're going to begin to even take this debate now among Nima citizens in the diaspora. Because sometimes this pedestrian logic is even perversive in the developed country here, where we sit here. People come from doing that 1-2-1-2, and all they do is they don't have time to sit and do critical thinking. They say, oh, Nima interest. No one can define what is Nima interest. And on this show, most of the panelists here, for all of us come from different countries. You can't define what is your country interest. And it's dangerous for Liberian politics. It will begin to say, it's important for president to come from Grand Crew, or it's important for president. No, the leadership of the country should be based on who is prepared to lead the failed state. This country that is ranked the 8th poorest country in the world with vast natural resources. We should look for the best, and that should be the argument for patriotic and people who consider themselves progressive or neo-progressive, if I may call people that way. I don't know whether he's still neo-progressive or he's CNC. So because I know CNC is not a neo-progressive or political party. So it's a different argument we can make. So we need
Mr. Gongloe,
to take the argument.
Mr. Gongloe, you are a statistician. Let's look at the numbers here. This going election, right? Yes. The winning team had 52%. That means the opposition had 48%. So the argument of being a godfather, as when you juxtapose that number to Prince Johnson when he was like 85, maybe 90, 80% winning, so we could agree that there was that case to be made as a godfather. But at 52%, I think the former representative Torgbean made that case that if the vice president wants to make that case, all he has to do is look at the numbers, and he should disabuse himself of that notion that he is the godfather. Not with 52%. Your take on the statistics?
Yeah, what I was saying. From unofficial financial information we gather, Vice President Kun took $700,000 to Nima, along with $225 million Liberian, and he spent it. On this very show, I have said we decided to test some of the things we're hearing. Now you go to Kun Farm, they have people in queue. You are just throwing money at anybody. Say if Garrison Yelu or Madam either going to win, they have a machine. Y'all make sure these people don't win. But our team, the guys on the ground, I was not part of that strategy. They sent 5 different groups. And this one went to Guar. Each of them received 50,000 Liberian dollars. In fact, it's just that because he issued verbal threat, or I should say physical threat to some of those children, that if I hear fire on this thing on the radio, you should find a different country to live in. They actually did spend money the next day. He said, you should work with the next people. I want to win this. I want Koga to win here. I want Koga to win here. He sent $150,000 each on the morning of election with our mobile money. We have those text messages. Okay? If you spend such a money on Garrison Yelu, who better spend $20,000, on Malan Ide Gongloe, who did not spend up to $40,000, but you spend $225 million. All of you saw all the chiefs in Nima were called to Sanugula and giving instruction that nobody should make the vice president shame. They were giving some of them motorbike and say, yo, go. This has never happened to you in the country before, to receive motorbike. They were men. Many things have happened. Prince Johnson, he used to make that claim, and to his credit, he never even campaigned for himself during the presidency when you're running. or when you're running for when you're running for re-election as a senator, you will just go put his name on the ballot and say, I'm running. He comes to Nimba for 1 week. You go sit down in Monrovia and people vote for him.
So,
Okay?
Mr. Gongloe, so what is your question to
My point I'm making here is, yes, a man, he abandoned the work of the vice president for sitting down in Nimba for 3 weeks and for 2 weeks, running campaign and spending money, going from village to village, engaged in outright lies. You are monitoring a place called Lao, and he said, "Oh, the Booyah elders send me." You guys will not know what they call Booyah or Koga district. He said, Koga district elders send me to you that you should vote for him because they voted for Nyean. But the fact is, we know how traditional people work. If the traditional people came to you, you are a public figure. Why, when the king was delivering that message to you to take it to the Lao elders, why you didn't put it on TV? Why you didn't put it on live YouTube?
So, Gongloe, what is your question to Anthony Kuwokpa?
No, I just came out to support Anthony Kuwokpa that he and others, including me, we are on the same side. We should stand up for Liberia. We should stand up for Nimba. This whole idea that an individual personal ambition is equivalent to Nimba interest is wrong argument, and we must fight it. We should look for the best person to lead this country so it can be ranked at least a little higher than the poverty index, global poverty index, because we are ranked 8th poorest country in the world with all the natural reserves we have. That is what we should be fighting for.
Thank you very much.
To Lucas trouble interest.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Mr. Russell, you have listened to the narrative from Honorable Kuwokpa here. From I heard, and after you, I want to ask him so he can contemplate this, because we heard that he was physically attacked and he almost lost his life at the behest of the former senator. We would get to that, but for the narrative, any question for at least one question from for Mr. Kuwokpa?
Yes, I'm hearing it all, and a lot of things are coming up. Some really good questions, and I enjoy his responses to many of the questions been asked already. So appreciate the conversation. Do you have a sense of how many people were killed after the coup attempt that your father allegedly participated in?
I know people died. I was 4 years old, but I follow up with information. There's a YouTube video, my father's speech, and people who were old enough. People died. As I said to you, the entirety of Liberia, except for maybe 1 or 2% of Liberia, celebrated when my father announced that morning, and that's something that people on the show here, some of whom are older than me, might be able to speak to. All right, so it tells you the country was in support, and so the information is that when former President Doe made his speech, I think it was at 2 p.m. That afternoon, to say that the coup have failed. Most of the people that were jubilating in different parts of the country were then targeted by security forces. And not that day, but days following that day, there are a lot of, terrible stuff that happened to people. So yes, people died during that day, and people died after that day, and people died subsequently in the full-blown civil war that ensued years later.
Yeah, I mean, we all know that. I mean, even if we were not in a position of the age to reconcile some of the numbers that that
I wouldn't
being
want
pushed
to.
around.
I wouldn't want to.
But if I just told you, you had an idea as to the number of
I know
people
people
who,
die, but I wouldn't want to touch the number.
and so okay, no, that's fine. The last one is that again, do you have any inclination or have you received any information? I mean, many people here that were sort of young, maybe not as young as you were, but there are a lot of people here who were young who didn't know all of what was happening at the time. But do you have an idea, maybe from history or from information that may have been passed down to you by others, or maybe folks close to your family or to your father, as to who may have compromised the success of the coup attempt? I mean, who betrayed your father, or that or that mission? I mean, you talked about how it seemed like maybe give and take, maybe about 2% or less than 2% or less than 5% of the folks in the country didn't want the coup to succeed, but the vast majority, the balance 95% or 90% of the people were jubilating, they were excited or happy that your dad led this effort. Who do you think compromised that?
So I will refer you to the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, where there were testimonies provided by some of the actors of the 85 thing, like H. Bremer Fambule. He spoke extensively. Guar spoke extensively, and I think other people, even the late Senator Johnson, peace be to his ashes, spoke extensively about the coup and what happened and what may have resulted into the coup not succeeding. And so I want to keep it at, because they were involved, in the abortive coup. So I want to keep it at that level, because personally I don't know anything much than what they've said. But what I do know from people that I've spoken to, there were scenes of jubilation. We were living in New Georgia Estate at the time, right by some football field they used to call EDD Field. So my mother said to me that early morning, the whole yard was filled with people with palm touches jubilating all over, And my mother also told me this story. There was this soldier man called Tiara. I also want to use this occasion to really talk about Tiara. I mean, I know his full name just by the acronym Tiara. He was this tall crime officer. I think at the time he was maybe captain or major in the armed forces of Liberia. Because where we were living in New Georgia, we were the first family to move there. After we moved there, one of the PRC member called Jerry Friday, I don't know if most of you know about that person, Jerry Friday, moved there. And then President Doe AD camp called General Glay also built on that very road. General Smith, who passed recently in Philadelphia, Edward Smith also lived there. And then I think one of President Doe's friends, Miss Hawa Kimba, was also living there. And so when the thing happened, my mother narrated to me years later that I think about 7 p.m. that night, Mr. T.R. came and got my older brother, my older sister, and I from the house and said, Phoebe, we can't keep the children here. The children here, we don't know what will happen, so I will carry them. And so we were at Mr. T.R.'s place for about 2 weeks. Yeah, because nobody at the time would have fathomed, T.R., a crown officer, having with him the children of General Krupa, And so we were there for 2 weeks. What happened thereafter, a long story and all that. So I'm told that T.R. died, 1990 and all that kind of stuff. So I've been, hopefully some of his families will be listening today, maybe one day we can get a meet if he has anybody around, to thank them too. Because without that intervention, that very moment, maybe there's no Anthony Krumpa today, or there's no Thomas Krumpa Jr. or Dede, in fact, So I just want to be thankful to them. So yes, so I wouldn't have, specific numbers, but what I know for a fact is that a lot of the country celebrated, the finance minister, Augustin Gaffon, narrated to me in 2005. He was at the, I think, Vonjema Multilateral High School at the time, and they were jubilating that money on the campus, you know. And so the story is like that.
Yeah. Great. Well,
thank you, sir.
Mr. Ahmed,
Yeah.
you coming to class late. I'm warning you. You're gonna get a red mark on your final line. But welcome to the show. You got any question for the Honorable Kuyongpa? I know you've been listening.
Yeah, I mean, I actually came on listening late today, but I was able to pick up from some of the things he said, and I think he was very eloquent in his presentation, and it's a pleasure to meet him. I got maybe one or two questions, but I came late. You know, when a teacher coming late, of course the students will come late. But anyway,
Gongloe, you gotta punish this man.
so let me start off my questions, maybe 2 or 3, but let me start off like this.
No, only 2, no 2 or 3.
Okay, no problem.
You
But
can't come late and want to make up for coming. You can't punish us for coming late.
I know, right? I know. But there is this mentality, or to what extent I heard you say you weren't ready in Liberia for these recent elections, but a dangerous politics was introduced. Clearly, that became a national discussion, which was the politics of tribal. I mean, of course, we know politics tend to have those characteristics in there, but it became obvious, particularly so when it was coming from the vice president. To what extent you think that was effective, that influence, that is a bearing on the mindset of our brothers and sisters in Nimba? The politics introduced by Jamago when he said these words, "There is the time for the Guar people."
Thank you very much. First of all, I do not subscribe to that form of politicking. I do not believe it. My father, General Kurumpa, was a Nimba man. He was the symbol of Nimba County, not one tribe. As you can see, the 1990 force, the forces that went to Liberia as the National Patriotic Front of Liberia, that forces had in it all tribes, predominantly Mano and Guar people, because they believed strongly their brother was ill-treated by the regime before, so they felt they had to come back to avenge what happened to their brother, right? That was the basis of the 1990 war. And so I know myself to be a Nimba man, but importantly, a Liberian man. And I will hope and pray for the day when we will all say we are Liberian people, void of saying we are Gisi men, we are Pele men, or we Maningo men, or we Loma men. And we need to think Liberia. What has anybody benefited from being a Guar man or a Mano man, or a Maningo man, or a Crew man, or a Grebo man? Politicians take advantage of people's inability to process information, and they capitalize on that. That politics introduced in Nimba a few weeks ago will go a long way in shaping Nimba politics. Why do I say that? I say that because I saw the results from the election. I critically analyzed every voting center in Nimba County. And what that said to me was, as much as I don't like to talk about it, the Mano people rejected that message. The Mano people rejected that message. Of the 40,000 plus vote Madam Kehleboe Gongloe were accumulated, more than 97% of it were Mano people. If you look at the vote, the 4 quote-unquote Mano districts of Nimba County were won by Madam Edith. The areas in the Mano area that Koga won't vote are the cosmopolitan communities in the Mano settlement. Ganta of the world, the Sanikola of the world, and maybe Saklepie. Why? Because Ganta, for example, the population in Ganta, about 35 to 40% of the current population in Ganta are Gio people. From mostly Zoga Sanitary District and some from Bele. Zoga Sanitary District is where Koga comes from. All right? But if you were to leave Ganta Sanikole and go to the rural parts of the Mano settlement, it have destroyed Koga. So in the face of that ethnic politics, in the face of the huge influx of money and all the other things that happen thereof, the Mano people said, no, we'll vote for our own daughter. That for me is a problem. And when you go to the other side, you saw the votes that were coming from predominantly Gio settlement. Now, if you look at district number 3, Nimba County, where I come from, there's a huge portion of district number 3, about 30-35% of district number 3, that is predominantly Mano. That's area we call Yamen. Madam Edith won there heavily. One of my hometown called Zorgowi is a settlement in the Gio part of district number 3, but you have more Mano people in that town called Zorgowi. Edith won the vote there. It tells you the Mano people went behind their daughter. Despite that rhetoric, is it good for Nimba politics moving forward? Anthony Kuyompa said, no, it's wrong. Then I said, if I was in the opposition community calling the shots, I will be happy about the outcome of this election. Because 1, the Mano people rejected. 2, even in the Gio belt, there is opposition. Because you have Garrison, how they call the other guy from CMC, your candidate Jerome, right? That accounted for almost 15,000 of the Gio vote. Their votes, all the votes you saw them getting 6,000 here, 5,000 here, 98% of those votes were Gio people, as sad as it sounds. That is the reality. It means there's opposition there. The opposition community must look at the results and see what they can do. That's up to the opposition. As for Jeremiah, the vice president, he has a huge task at uniting the people of Nimba, because this election really brought that divide that has been somewhat hidden, that people will not talk about, but it was brought to the fore, and I'm afraid it's going to have a serious impact in future elections in Nimba County.
Okay, so
as for Senator Yantoyen, he got to be worried at this moment, because he was seen openly telling Mano people to not vote for their daughter. And what did the people say to him? We reject you in his hometown. What they call, I think, Alawe. I don't know.
I wanted to add
in Bunadin. Even in Bunadin, he won the election in Bunadin.
So let me ask my second question, please.
Wait, Anthony, let me add to this. In Bunadin, Yeke Sekui, who is the Deputy Managing Director of LPRC for Operations, he took Troglo of taxes of Labrendalo there. I mean,
Troglo?
Who Yeke? No, it's not Yeke. Not Yeke.
I said Yeke Sekui. Yeke Sekui.
You talk about Deputy Managing Director?
Yeke, yeah. For
no, the Deputy Managing Director for Operation is Eristike.
He's a deputy. I mean, he's the director for operation.
Manager for operation.
He's a manager for operation.
There you go.
Okay. So I don't know why they have all that layers in a corporate. Yeah. So he's a manager for operation.
Yes.
He's Jeremiah Kun agent, and he and Nyatwa combine in Bunadin. Both of them from Bunadin. They're not small money they wasted there. In fact, one boss stood. He said, "You guys are not going to stop the ballot here. You'll either kill me or we'll burn this ballot paper." And Madame won there. It was a serious message that this is where both of them voted. This is where both of them lay. And she won there. So the message was rejected roundly and soundly.
So I just want to.
Real quick, so we can go to calls. Go ahead with your last question.
Oh yeah. So you mentioned something fundamental, something really important that highlights the divide in Nimba, that says perhaps Nimba will not be the same again when it comes to perhaps uniting our front. But there is this mentality that also is evolving around the ordinary Nimba and Nimba candidate that says it is our time. I mean, as they approach 2029, it is our time. They believe, quote unquote, that well, Kun now one step to the presidency. Of course, that was the reason why he was placed on the ticket so that eventually he became president. Nimba, at this point, want to produce that leader. Do you think that would become a factor? Do you think that would be a routing point? Do you think that can hold any water at this point?
It depends. You know, people can fantasize. People can, you know, I can sit and say tomorrow this is XYZ, but we don't know what happens. Politics is dynamic. Between 2029, a lot could happen. Yeah, it depends on how Kun proceeds. It depends on what the opposition community strategy will be in Nimba County. So it depends on multiple factors. All right. But a single county does not win a presidential election in Liberia, the last time I checked. All right. So if you have the vice president so busy in Nimba, how does he approach other counties across the country? All right, with the level of a message it took to Nimba this going by election. Yes, the difference might be 20,000. Yeah, that's the number. But if you look at strategically what we're talking about, it's concerning. It is concerning, right? It's concerning. So he has a lot of work to do. He is a brother. The opposition community got a lot of work to do. It is within their purview to come up with a strategy to approach Nimba. It is within the purview of the vice president to devise a strategy in at firstly, properly reconciling the people of Nimba to ensure those surrogates of his who believe everybody should be in the same eating bowl as them. You got to understand, we all have a stake in Nimba and national politics.
Thank you. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, reintroduce the show before we go to our call.
Can I add to that? Because this is a Nimba issue. Those who are from Nimba gave.
But this is not a Nimba show. This is.
I want to do. I want to be Nimba politics.
Yeah, it's not a Nimba show. I can't. Go ahead, real quick, 30 seconds.
Yeah, go ahead and I will say something quickly on that.
Did you read Community Cry statement on Facebook?
No.
He said Nimba will declare independence and will make all the rest of Liberians slaves.
No, again, let me say this. And if the Nibians, and that's the position that will be coming up, the Nibians have to be very mindful. Also, on Nimba County, we can get a precedent. And then if that president come and ask for the Nimba, will be dangerous. They shouldn't do this. And that's why people can stereotype Nimba County in certain cases. Listen, Nimba alone cannot produce precedent. It was just like there was some small mistake made on our part of the campaign that we didn't concentrate on the western cluster very well. That's why Baka won. We are concentrated well in Bomi, Ketma, and Bapuru and do that project well. He wouldn't have won the elections. So Nimba alone cannot give you Liberia. So I hope the Nibalians would detach themselves from those kind of thinking and move. I think Karina is saying that nonsense. That nonsense, right? But again,
nonsense. I agree with you.
That nonsense. So nonsense. So she's being corrupted by the.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to another the Monday edition of the closing argument. Our young folks in the studio need to go home. We need to take at least 10 minutes, take about 5 calls. Myean, how you guys doing? Yes. And how's everything on the ground?
Yes, everything is good from my end, yeah.
Okay, let's make some calls. Let's hear what the folks got to say. Calls to the honorable. Let's do it so you guys can go home. It's getting late over there.
So if you've been following the conversation, you can put your calls in 0777 649986 0777 649986, and also our WhatsApp line is also activated +231 777 649986. So let's take this first caller. Hello, caller. Your name and where do you call from?
Oh, my My name is Elton Bagley Senior.
Where are you calling from? Wow, stay away from the monitor. We cannot take it. Selected this caller. Hello, caller. Your name, where do you call from?
My name is Elton Bagley Senior. Connecting me. This is Guar, and of course, I'm joining you from Moserado County, Chicotan Ria.
Okay, make your point.
So thank you very much, and let me appreciate my immediate boss, Honorable Anthony Nyenwolo, for that brilliant, deliberation and the analysis on the NIMA in the county. We believe in him. He's our leader, and whatever is the fact about NIMA is basically will cause on the.
Wow, you coming in broken.
Those of am I clear?
Yeah, go ahead.
So, like I said, he's trying to help in the driving seat in our county, NIMA, right? All of the analysis he giving helping road for people who are in a driving seat in our county. But well, allow them to look into the direction to unite NIMA or to continue to use their agents to because what is happening in NIMA, I can say for sure is that we cannot blame the vice president like 100%. Some of the followers to the vice president feel when people are coming closer to them, they feel intimidated. They feel that somebody is coming around to take their place. So at the end of the day, they are causing problem for the vice president that he will not be able to control. Okay. When I see what happens into the just in the by-election, my bossman rightfully stated, right? You cannot take the number Manakide Gongloe accumulated from her. You cannot take the number Mike Blue accumulated from him. You cannot take the number Garrison Yelu accumulated from him. How can you get those numbers? And like my bossman said, they are oppositions. That statement that is due people time.
Thank you. So let's take this caller.
Thank you very much, and I appreciate all of you for the time.
Okay, hello caller, Nima, where do you call from?
Yeah, this is Joseph calling from New York. And I really appreciate, and my brother Anthony Kongwa, these are things that we expect. Because we all need to come together. It's happening in development of the nation instead of the ethnicity crisis that we have. Nigeria is for everyone and all. I really appreciated the words I heard from me. That encouraged a lot of us, because we are 15 years old, when your father, I think happened when you died. Can I go down there? I think we were from, I think on 2 or 3 years, and we all were there. But I would really like to, appreciate all of you, on the platform talking about nation growth. Not just about individual or any other tribal ethnic group. We all should be talking about Liberia because it's a small place. We are all connected. Let all help to lift the nation instead of individual trying to steal or corrupt the nation. These are things. Our children, we need to educate them for the future. Every one of us, Nigeria is for us. Thank you very much. I appreciate the time.
Myean, real quick. Real quick. Your name and where you calling from, sir?
My name is Melinson Yadro from New Jersey.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I want to thank my brother Anthony Nyenwolo for the brilliant deliberation. But the thing that draw my attention to core is that Russell asking question, betray your daddy and how many people die in the November 12. November 12, there is no statistic on it. Like why you got statistics on the Liberia Civil War and say 250,000 people died. Nimbanians were slaughtered all around Liberia. Nimbanians that were in the armed forces of Liberia, in various security forces, they were slaughtered after the coup failed. Even in Nima County itself, Chaju executed prominent Nimbanians in Ikepa. The late Eugene Kido, Yasu Wedolie, and all the Dikemon Sedi rather, they were all killed in Ikepa. So there was no statistic on it. Nimbanians were slaughtered all across the country for jubilating, just for jubilating. The disaster as to the question, who betrayed your father? I was 19 years old. I was in the 9th grade, 1985. When Kurumpa spoke that day, fellow citizens, this is General Kurumpa speaking. The patriotic force on Makomé has seized power. Samuel Doe is in hiding. There is no escape for him. Based on there is no escape for him, we believe that Kurumpa could not last with the Liberian people that he didn't arrest Doe. So after the coup failed, we were told that Anthony Makui, Major Anthony Makui from Nima Kane Desert Nona, Kehleboe can refer, he can back me, he can prove me. That man came from Desert Nona. He was a major in the army. We were told that he Doe was arrested and he was left in charge of Doe. And he released Doe. And Doe went to suffering where he was backed by the 4th Battalion to come back in Pussy. Doe did not kill him. If he didn't free Doe, Doe was going to kill him. Why Doe did not kill him? They didn't kill him in the past. With all the killing that they did to all Nima people who were in the army, police, and other security, where they were executed, they didn't kill Anthony Makui. Anthony Makui was living up to 1990. So we believe that what Kurumpa said was true. So when it comes to the question who betrayed Kurumpa, Major Anthony Makui betrayed Kurumpa. That's what I wanted to say.
Okay, thank you. Let's take this caller. Hello, caller. Nima, where do you call from? Hello, caller. Yeah, Nima, where do you call from?
Yeah, I'm Charles T. Mango calling from Chico.
Okay, make a point.
Yeah, brother, no people are talking over there. We are waiting for them so they can come back. So they answer and Congo there. You know what? What I know about those people there, they are well appeasing to all. They look at their roots. When they see their friend on road, they want to be and kill them. But that politics are way by politics now. We're waiting for people to another come by in the country. The same thing they do with Senator Johnson, like people they want to do it.
Okay.
So now where they came.
Thank you. Hello, caller. Nima, where do you call from?
Hello.
Yeah, Nima, where do you call from? Go ahead.
Hello?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, I was just calling to enlighten some of what Anthony was saying. Anthony is just a footprint of photocopy of his father. John Kurumpa was from Nima Ekio, but he did not believe in tribalism. This is a man that took everybody that came his way. And some of the information I've heard that they killed Kurumpa, nobody killed Kurumpa. The people that they take it, that they killed him, did not. So I just wanted to throw in that point. And Jonathan Anthony, who is over there, he's just showing the true photo or the true behavior of his father.
Okay, thank you. Let's take this call. Hello, caller. Nima, where do you call from?
Okay, my name is Prophetess Kehleboe Gongloe, calling from Broadview.
Okay, make your point.
Hello.
Yeah, you are live.
Thank you to our honorable Anthony Myean Kurumpa. You spoke very well, and may God continue to bless you, and may God continue to protect you. I say to you, your head lift up high. You are a leader and a clear representative of our late father. Stand up, because we've been on you. Think we never die. God bless you. God bless you. We love you, and we love you with the love of God. God bless you, and thank you to the studio guests. We say thank you to all of you. Thank you so much. May God also bless you guys and protect you guys in Jesus' name.
Amen. Thank you. Thank you. So let's take this call.
That's my older sister. 1 mile, 1 bar.
077649986. Selected this caller. Hello, caller. Nima, where do you call from? Hello, caller. Yeah, Nima, where do you call from? Okay, make your point.
Two things. The honorable member said elections is about numbers. It is about time both the ruling position and the opposition sees Myanmar for different angles look at the numbers. Second thing, to Mr. Pewee, you are right. We did not pay attention to the Western region. That caused us to lose the election. Because Myanmar alone had 90,000 votes after the second round.
Okay, thank you. Let's take this next caller. Hello, caller. Nima, where do you call from? The line is Jamie.
Hello?
Yeah, Nima, where do you call from?
This is Nyenwolo Sarasi Plus Senior, and I do join you from Monrovia, Liberia, precisely for Father. So let me say thank you to Honorable Kwamba for that very impactful elaboration. You see, as I just said clearly, Nimakani is at the verge of divisive politics. Jeremiah needs to do more. He needs to do more. The kind of politics that played in the just ended by election, I think it was catastrophic to the well-being of Nimakani. It shouldn't have been so. For you cannot clean Godfather, and you vanish the unity among the people. This is not fair. What we have expected is to put competency, the ability to shift the narrative of Nimakante political landscape. We have thought of rehabilitation or decoding the mentality from the effect and the consequence of the civil conflict we had, but not to go in the public glare and start pushing trouble. This is not good. This is not fair to Nimakante. From every point of judgmental ability, is sincere and flourishing leader shouldn't have gravitated that far or that far. It wasn't good. So I want to say thank you to Anthony Kwamba. He said a lot. He has demonstrated how he has a very peaceful and calm nature.
Okay.
For you, and we hope that you come back 2020 now.
Thank you. Hello, caller. Nima, where do you call from?
Oh, hello, my people. How you doing there? This is my sister. I've been praying hard to kill you.
Yeah, the line is Jamie. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Thank you. Let me say thanks to my brother. I'm calling from Cloud, and this is my sister calling. Look, the politics I play in Niba County. They may call the family called British Food. I know British Food. What is it? Yeah, my uncle. What is it in Niba? In Niba County. The property he came in there, do not vote for this person, vote for this other person. It was wrong. You can't be called, you put it for the people, you can't politics. You don't know, put it for the open now the people. Okay, what in that debate and the people? It was wrong by doing that. Stop putting on me to back to see reason.
Okay, thank you. Selected this next call. Hello, caller. Name, where do you call from?
My name is Elton Bagbege, and I called you from Mount Bagbege, Monrovia.
Okay, please make your point.
First of all, I want to congratulate Honorable Anthony Nyenwolo in studio tonight for keeping us on our feet at this time of the morning. It's like 20 minutes to 1 o'clock, and we are all up and enjoying the show to keep us up at this time. And the message resonated very, very well. First, he's a peaceful person. He spoke of Nima unity and Liberia unity and educating the minds of the young people to change the dynamic of our politics in this country. Even though it will take time, but he's a born leader. I salute him and appreciate him with a lot of God and wishing all the best in the future in Europe. Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome. So if you're ready, we can cross over from there, or we can take a few more calls.
Well, we are concerned about you going home. It's almost 1 o'clock.
Take that 5 more. They forgot the thing. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. 077764986 plus 231-777-64986. The line is Jamie. We have so many calls coming in, so 077764986. So let's take this call. Hello, caller. Nima, where do you call from? Please stay away from your monitor. It's not good for us. Stay away or else we'll cut you off. Okay, make a point.
I want to say good evening to the honorable man to give my brother for the team district for the clarities and the declaration tonight. We want to say thank you to the students for hosting the show. I think what we say about Nimba unity coming from the past president is also important.
need to do more than it does to reunite the barriers, because some of the messages during the campaign, it was very obvious. When I was in Monrovia listening to so many messages about people time, I felt like, what is happening in Limba? But here, Jeremiah Pound was running as a senator. Queen Johnson was there as a senator. He was a Geo. And he there was a Geo. It was not the time to talk about Geo people town, Manhattan. Then what now? So I think he needs to do well by uniting us. Thank you for the time, and thank you to Anthony Quimpa.
Okay, welcome. Like this next caller. Hello, caller. Nima, what do you call from? Please stay away from your monitor. Please stay away from your monitor. I'll call you off. We cannot continue with you. Hello, caller. Nima, what do you call from? Calling from where? Okay, make a point.
Okay, I want to congratulate Guar there in the studio now. But if I don't know that, what was struck off, what it was for their sale over who shows about question to him. So I want to make clarity.
Come again.
Okay, when Nimakari was struck off, if on their fault or for his fault, that one went to make a character, the engagement someone here is good.
Okay. So let's take this next caller. Hello, caller. Nima, where do you call from?
Good morning. I'm Nelson V. calling from Lokintown.
Okay, make your point.
I want to congratulate my brother there, the studio, and that of Mr. Guar. And I had to appreciate his emphasis on the political arena in Liberia. But I want to also extend this mindset that we all, as Liberians, we need to come out and bring the young generation together. As he speaks, I will support.
Wow, we lost that call. 077764986. 077764986. Selected this call. Hello, caller. Nima, where do you call from?
Hello. Thank you very much for this topic. You know,
Your name?
let me firstly extend my condolence to Anthony Guar for the death of his father. Let me say that Guar was the best
Your
friend
name.
of mine. My name is Joseph Tama, going from Trent Street.
Okay, make a point.
You know, Guar was a best friend of mine. We all went to school together, and he was a very brilliant and peaceful fellow. I can attest to that. In fact, I searched his record in our school and found out that he was very, very brilliant. So I want to extend my sympathy to his son. And secondly, I want to ask all Nima citizens to be united, because for the past civil war, Nima really lost many people. So in this case, I want to ask them to be friendly and to be united. Thank you.
Okay, welcome. 077764986. Hello, caller. Wow, we lost that caller. So let's try to take one or two and cross over back. 077764986. Hello, caller. Nima, where do you call from?
Hello, I'm Abo Wutu calling from Do Estate.
Okay, make a point.
My point here is that I want to congratulate Mr. Quimpa for his exposure. But one thing I want him to understand is that I begin to heal from Bereget district, where his late father came from, where he made an error in the past, because for his father's sake, a lot of Nigerians were killed. The reconciliation he talked about, since then he came, he had not reconciled with the people of Nimba County. He had not done anything, though he was good, for him to reconcile with make friends with the son of Do. But what they need to do is that we all need to get together, because in the past, people used to say, where are you from? They were talking about the mistake Jeremiah Poon made. Jeremiah Poon made it clear. What I wanted from him was that he sat to observe, because there are not only Mano and you in Nimba County, there are a lot of tribes in Nimba County. He sat and observed as to whether some of these people, brother Madingo men, will come in. This is why he waited, and he went to the elders of Nimba County to talk with the other brothers. But because of our consistency, we the youth of Nimba County, we the citizens of Nimba County, we felt that we want to bring Nimba County down. We will not listen to our elders. This is what made Jeremiah going to come in that direction. So it will be very prudent for all of us to just forget about which, as the Liberians said, they will let us say, which of the country you from? What tribe you from? You stranger. Let's try to do away with it. The English word stranger, and consider this country Liberia to be our common denominator.
Okay, let's take this last caller. Hello, caller, and name and what do you call from? Last caller. Stay away from your monitor. Let's take this person in place of you. Hello, caller. Hello, caller. Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, name and what do you call from? Okay, make your point quick.
Okay, I want to thank the guest, Guar. I want to thank him for a reconciliation between the Nema County people. And then I want to tell the Nema County people about this trapper policy. It's not good. Trapper is not good. That what bring into the problem today. They should forget about the tribalism. It's not good in politics. Because if she get another trap, become president today, and say because the people are so tribalistic and decide to do XYZ, it will be bad for our country. So they should get away from it. That's what I have to say.
Okay, thank you. So, Mr. Keme, you can take over.
Great. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for tuning in. Great show. We know Myean has to go home. It's 1 o'clock back there. So let's do the closing, guys. Let's take 1 minute each. Let me start with our Honorable Russell.
Thank you. And thanks to all the callers, all the viewers. Apparently, this was a pretty exciting and well listened to show. So I appreciate you trusting us with the information and honoring us to come in all the time and listen and watch us and all of that. We're humbled by that. Also, like to say thanks to Mr. Kuyongba. Thanks for your presence here today and for sharing all of what you share with us. Again, we extend our deepest sympathy to you and your family and all of the families that have been impacted over the years from all of the atrocities that we've seen and we've experienced. I just want to leave that. I mean, I think we asked you a lot of questions. We've said a lot. I think it would be great to have you back, and so we can talk more deeply about the politics and all of what is going on in Nimba. It didn't look good this recent election, but I think there's lesson learned. I think there's a lot we can learn from what happened, and we can hope to use the information that we receive and put it into practice and ensure that what we saw happening during the by-elections, especially the negative side of it, that it doesn't happen and it doesn't define who we are, people from Nimba. So once again, appreciate you coming on and all of what you have to share, and our deepest condolences.
Thank you. Honorable Gongloe.
I thought we'll go to the guest first.
Sir, Gongloe, you next.
So, yeah, what I would say. Good show. Anthony, I'm happy to connect with you informally. We haven't met. I hope one of these days we'll meet formally. But tonight I think the case was made. I'm not one of those who believe that we need reconciliation because there was election. Or in a constitutional democracy, everybody has a right to choose. So in the electoral process, what people exercise is a right to choose. The reason why we talk about reconciliation today in Nimba after election is because of the attitude of the vice president. He tribalized the election. He decided, he exhibited, unfortunately, a dictatorial tendency to say, I told either way, go sit down. I give up your time. I told Garrison, we'll find his job to IEC. Go sit down. Or I told my late brother, go this. That's what dictators do. And Liberia must begin to pay attention to that. This ball is not just a president. but he's beginning to turn in a constitutional democracy who can contest and who cannot contest. Blink your eye for a moment and see him as a president. What will he do? I think he will tell you who woman he can marry to. Liberia should watch out for that.
Thank you. Ahmed. You are muted.
Yeah, I think it was a great show. I came on late, but the part I was able to hear, I think the brother there provided a lot of insight. I think we need a lot of these kind of a conversation for our country, for our politics. Of course, we must elevate above tribal, above regional. We must now begin to focus on those things that unite us, but primarily those things that will advance our country to the next stage. We think the people of Nema, like every part of the country, are significant in how we move forward. And so how they are united as a people in one session, of course, perhaps we could trickle down in every other section of our country. But it was good having you, your insight and your approach. I never get to meet you in well, I'm with the CDC as well. We just never met, but I think there is room for a lot of different conversation as we move forward to 2020. I think we must chart the next course of our country as young people, in our different eras or different communities. We must now redefine what happens in Liberia going forward. And I think you can be a critical voice in that direction. So it was good having you.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the reason that we keep our guest on to speak almost the last is you have to be honest, and it's just a matter of ethics. You cannot leave your guest and leave. Honorable Gongloe, I did this specifically to weed out some people like Gongloe. You have a guest, you cannot leave the platform until your guest leaves. Thank you for coming back. Thank you very much for coming back. Okay, good. Thank you very much. The Northeastern Region Chairman for CMC, Honorable Victor Nangwe, your turn.
Well, listen, let me thank Brother Kuronkpa and Join. I think others who called in extended sympathies. This is my first time actually meeting with him. I heard a lot about him, and I think he represented here. I think he surely demonstrated that he is his father's son. The characteristics that he has been engaged with, reaching out across and befriending the son of Samuel Kehleboe, I think it speaks a lot about the kind of man he is. I hope losing twice will not discourage him. I hope he will continue to persevere. I think he will do well for the people of Nimba. And I disagree with my friend Gongloe here, who says, there is no godfatherism in Nimba. I mean, from 2005 up to, last year, Prince Johnson has been dominant in Nimba. I don't think it is because the Nimba people wanted him to. Gongloe, I know, didn't want that. Larry Youngway, other people tried. But, I mean, look at what he did. Wherever he wanted the people of Nimba to go, they went. That is indisputable. From Ellen Johnson to Wea to Bwaka, all over the place. So his departure, I think, will give young guys like Kurunkpa here an opportunity to emerge, and do better than Prince Johnson ever did for Nimba. So I like to wish him all the best. I'll be watching, and I hope you emerge, my brother. Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Pewee.
Thank you. I think from that aspect, Prince Johnson played into the port of Nimba, right? He created that belligerent style, or put a look at Nimba as a belligerent kind of a people. Sorry to say this. He believed that he was the only hero that could do things. So he played into that process about being the godfather of the county. And what he did, he cleverly put great intellectual against, or put the people against those kind of individuals. For instance, he'll come and blatantly, with malicious intent, lie on a good brother like Anthony and say he want to do this. And trust me, the people, they start to believe in that. And that's why I would now call on most of the current government officials to stop doing those things. Try to detach yourself from those kind of thinking. The way people would want to take you, Nimba County have great politicians, Jackson F. Doe, Doki, Mr. Doki. We have Mr. Moses Duopu. These are great intellectuals with kind mind, had direct thought process as to how the country should move forward. This kind of an individual we had before, the late education minister, Kotu, and the rest of that. Their vision for Liberia was beyond NIMA. They didn't see NIMA as the way to go about things, right? The monolithic politics Prince Johnson took for almost 2 decades in NIMBA is all over now. We have to strike the balance here to ensure that NIMBA will consider ourselves one of the part of Liberia that will move to, because if you want to do this issue about this level of political isolationism, and that comes to hit on you, it's going to be a terrible thing. And that's not a good thing to do. And I want to believe, as I listen to my own dear brother, what all he said, listen, my brother, let me say this to you. We're going to support your vision, the thought process as to what you want to move on in doing, go about doing things. Mr. Gongloe says quickly something here about if I'm still, listen, neo-progressivism is an act of, as a thought process that is revolving across the country. It has reverberated through other 15 political subdivisions. I come in. You are a neo-progressive first before a Liberian citizen. So you think Liberia, you speak Liberia, and project Liberia. So neo-progressivism is beyond individual political party. That's why we are all citizen first before going to be individual political partisans. So listen, everyone is a neo-pro. You are a neo-pro, I'm neo-pro. Everybody here is a neo-pro. It's about the process of projecting and moving the country forward. So let's say a very wonderful good evening to my dear brother, and I want to say thank you. And let me call on those people that they think that NIMA is an island. NIMA is no island. Don't create that area. We can work, and if that you portray that, and you don't win election, the future president may want to target you on the basis of that. It happened before, and listen, people are not stupid in the country. So let's move the country and democratize us, and people should win election on the basis of how they're winning. But people not going to believe that, oh, anybody alone can do this. Hell no. That's a blatant misinformation, and no one should go that kind of a negative thought process.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And to buttress Mr. Pewee, I'm from Grand Bassa County, and Bronsky will tell you that the Bassa Bell didn't make him president. NIMA would never make anybody president.
Absolutely.
Liberia can make you president. Honorable Kuhokwa, your parting comments.
Thank you very much. I don't know if Dr. Peabody spoke.
Well, you left me out no part.
No. After you.
No. The man said that as soon as Bassa people say, you know, the Bassa people dominate.
That's right. We got to split it up.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Let him be allowed to talk. Let us speak.
You know, that's being unfair to you guys.
Yeah, but I was going to.
That's true. Let me be close us.
Okay, Dr. Peabody, go ahead. I was going to turn it down. Before you go ahead.
You know, Gamer, that's something he said. He said,
That's one thing I was going to say, Mr. Kuampa. President Boakai just decided to have a funeral and rebury all those who, like the Tauberts and the Does and others who died in the Liberian Civil War. I think it would have been befitting to also include Thomas Kuampa, because I think his role that he played in Liberia at the time as well, it would have been befitting to really add him to that, and so that his legacy will live on. But what I want to say, I'm hoping that all the people in NIMA who are watching this show today will continue to join us on Monday to Friday for the closing argument. But Mr. Kuampa, all I will say to you, I think your performance here today was simply very, I think, outstanding. I think you could be a great politician in Liberia, not only for NIMA, but even in the Republic of Liberia as well. So, but as we conclude here, I'm hoping that you will bring the legacy of your father. We'll go to NIMA and say we want to go see where Kuampa is from and see something about him in that place. But thank you for coming to closing action tonight.
That's a new pro, so he's saying I can't think. So the new pro.
Let me say this. I'll say thank you again to Anthony and Mr. Gamer, Big Boss. Thank you so much, Mr. Kuampa, brother Kuampa. You have brought a lot to this discourse. I mean, you got people, stakeholders in Liberia up tonight. Those who call them big shots, they are up tonight because the conversation we had tonight. And a lot could have been reviewed. I know Russell and Gaiman try to push you to review some stuff, but you held on. But it will come on one of these days to know as we continue. But they did a good job trying to push you. But honestly, you heard your thought. You did very well. I mean, the people were impressed. Getting a lot of calls, will come in saying a lot of things about this show tonight. We appreciate you. I want to say thank you so much. And like Peabody said, your best days are still ahead of you. Don't give it up. You still got a lot in Liberia to do. You know, don't give it up. And maybe right now, like somebody said, I don't think you have any Godfather in Nima now. I think that Godfather, I think people should go. When people actually, oh hell, that great water county. I don't know whoever feel that legacy, feel that is a footstep of his. But you guys have done well tonight. But somebody want to say something, somebody just called to say something. Go ahead, you're live.
Thank you for taking me. This is Lloyd Scott. Unfortunately, I got on the show towards the middle. But again, I was very proud of my brother, Anthony. I could feel the pain sometimes as you spoke, because this is a life story that we've shared for more than 3 decades. So, but I was very proud of you. Your call to national unification, your nationalistic appeal, you know, I hope those things people remember. I take solace from the epic mishap that happened in Nima the other day, out of the fact that the vice president has given a national blueprint for a campaign against him should he decide to run in 2029. Because the tribal bigotry that was on full display in Nima will not be on full national display. It will not be able to work. But I hope that he can take the next few months, the next few years to unite the country. But I think Liberia got an insight into one of the bright spots or the brightest spots of the country. And Liberia's best days are yet ahead because of people like Anthony Kuongba and the Kuongba family. So I'm very proud of you. I'm happy for your detailed explanations tonight. I listened to our other big brother, Garguah, who called, I believe, from Connecticut. And I'm just happy. I think the show did well for the country and healing and moving forward tonight.
Okay, thank you. And lastly, on a sad note, the closing argument, our reporter in Liberia, Samson Musere, he lost his father this morning. His father, he's the only son of his father. His father wanted to take a bath and he passed away. And Samson is on his way to Lofa right now. So we want to keep in our thoughts and prayers. Samson is bereaved right now. And also, we also lost a dear friend, Cletus Noah, over the weekend. That was another shocking news for us. Although who knew him, Cletus, want to say our thoughts to his family too. And tomorrow, hopefully, we'll have Dr. Professor Lester Tenney on the program. But go ahead, guys. Thank you so much. Mr. Jerome Gaiman, thank you so much. I salute you. Thank you for bringing back. I appreciate all of you guys.
Tony, your parting comment.
Yeah, thank you. So I will just touch on. I will start off with what Dr. Peabody said. But firstly, extend my sympathy to the guy from the studio who lost his father today. My sympathy to him and his family. Look, Dr. Peabody, there is no denying the fact that the civil war in Liberia started largely because of the disagreement between General Kuongba and President Doe. We know there were other issues, but their disagreement increased the tension that resulted into the civil war. So if the president of the republic would decide to honor, rebury President Torgbean, President Doe, it is clearly the prerogative of the president. But I know there are people who understand the role General Kuongba played in Liberia. The 1986 Constitution that we all talk about today, my father was one of those who pushed very hard that we leave from that state of emergency thing to a constitutional republic. He was one of those who pushed very, very hard in the PRC. There, President Baga said he will honor the other people and don't want to honor the other. I feel for me that's a slippery slope that the president is on. Okay? Because a lot of people will argue that other Liberians are deserving of proper state burial because of the role they played in the body politic of our country. So maybe the president has his plan as to how he will go about honoring everybody. So I will leave that to the executive marshal and don't want to talk about that too much. But I will hope that the president will be encouraged to think beyond the first two he has named. And I will just stop there for now. I do not agree to anything called Godfather. Godfather thing has never benefited any group of people, let alone a county, to the best of my knowledge. I don't believe the vice president is even thinking to be Godfather. I don't believe he's thinking to be Godfather. And I will give him the benefit of the doubt. We do not want a situation again where people will determine who drink water in which district in Nimba County, who eat Pamboto rest in Bele, who eat Kasaoli in Zoge, who eat. No. The vice president is the vice president of the Republic of Liberia. He comes from Nimba. We respect that. But we, when I say we, I'm talking about me being part of that group that will reject any form of Godfather business in Nimba County. We respect our leaders and we will keep it that way. The people of Nimba have been through a lot over the years. People must be elected on the basis of their competence and qualification. Not because somebody can hold a hand and say, vote for the person. We don't want that. The people of Liberia don't need that. So I know my brother, the vice president, is not thinking like that, so we can't have that discussion. At 4 years old, I lost my father. God first, my mother, who wasn't well yesterday, but I know she's doing okay today now in Brockville. And the blessings of many good Liberians who came in my life at various intervals when I needed them the most. How do I see Liberian politics? We need to move beyond the regular Liberian politics and be more nationalistic in our approaches. You can't have a country where public officials are the richest people. For 1.5 years, what major legislation our lawmakers have proffered? What have they been working on for the people of Liberia? All the bickering you hear about, everything you hear about in Liberia is about money. People go into public service to enrich themselves. The Liberian people appreciate people with bad behaviors. If you're working in government and you went to, there's a spot they call Mary Shop on 19th Street, you say you're deputy minister or you're assistant minister, you went there on a Friday, you want to take on 100 or 200 bucks from your pocket to put down for people to enjoy themselves. I mean, they got very mean. They got too mean, he's stingy. And when the meager resources you've earned from your monthly earnings from the government, then made you to be marshal and say, look at him, all the year he wearing government, look at the horse he get. Even be kitchen for himself. My people, with that mentality, that country not going anywhere. A society that appreciates people for doing the bad thing, but vilify good people. Councillor Kehleboe Gongloe, when you take him from other politics, what he's doing for the regular Liberian people, not a single public official doing it for Liberian people. election that come, Chancellor Gongloe is not somebody considered. And I can name few other Liberians. At what point will a nation decide to move forward? Everything in our body politics is about money. To the extent people with good ideas to move Liberia forward will have no place in our politics in few years from now. Only the people who got money will surface because they can truck 50,000 people in whatever district they want. They can buy 50,000 bags of rice. They can get people $20 US on election day to vote for them. Is that a society that's going to progress anytime soon? No. All you see going on today are people clamoring to go into position to arrange themselves. Yesterday, Mo Ali criticized private jet. Today, Mo Ali is finding justification. I'm not surprised. Mo Ali is protecting the opportunity, his opportunity that makes him survive. That is the case with a lot of our people in Liberia. And that's because they know that red is red or black is black. But if you go and say red are red and the people take a job from you, can you survive in an economy where no job except in government? This will continue. The issue of insincerity, the issue of deception will continue in our country until the people of Liberia decide that now is the time to move forward. I will always speak my mind. I will always speak my mind. I nearly died supporting George Weah. Do I believe George Weah clearly understand what I went through in Nimba for him? I don't believe so. My entire political, I should have won the election in 2023 in that district. But I took a decision that I promised President Weah I would support him. I lost my election because Senator Johnson, Vice President Kun, personally campaigned against me in Nimba County. To add on to that, November 10th, where I nearly died in my hometown, President Weah doesn't fully understand what I went through. He doesn't understand the psychological trauma that I went through as a human being, supporting him. The CDC doesn't understand and properly appreciate what we went through in Nimba County. To have given the CDC 50,000+ vote in Nimba, and I still hear some people were in the ranks of CDC. Oh, Nimba people, they didn't do well. There was no county outside of Monserrato that gave CDC 50,000 vote in 2023. We did that for CDC in Nimba. But the party doesn't seem to fully understand what we went through. I still love President Weah. 2029, I need to begin thinking about myself and how can I contribute to moving Liberia forward. We will want to have frank discussions with people on how Liberia goes forward. On how Liberia goes forward. We can't continue to operate the way we operate. No, it must not happen. A country where people die because of rampant corruption, because of this one, that one. Rampant corruption in the market bag now everywhere. We need to fix Liberia. But the way we begin facing Liberia is to look at government and tell government today you're wrong. They think that you did not correct. It's to look at President Bwaka and say, oh man, Bwaka, that decision here is wrong. It's not good for the country. They fire you, they fire you, you will not die. So my people, Tomalin, Gilman, Dr. Peabody, my uncle Pewee, Mr. Russell, Mr. Nambe, big brother Kehleboe, Dr. Peabody, Sidiki. I want to appreciate everybody for the show. Thank you, Tomalin, for making this happen. I will always be a son of the Republic of Liberia. Yes, I come from Nimba County. Nobody can take that away from me. We call it on the leaders of Liberia to
and Lofa also. Don't forget about
Lofa. Of course, for Lutisu.
Yeah.
Lutisu, Lord District. That one, you know now. Because my mother and father met right in Buze Quarter. my grandfather, my mom, dad used to be in the army. He was the personal bodyguard to Richard Henry. All right. And when my father then enlisted in the army in 1971, you know, they used to, in the evening, they would come from the fence there in Buzequador looking for the small thing. That's how he met my mother. They have my older sister, Dede, who called on the show in 1977. I have my older brother, Thomas Kurumpa Jr. in 1979. They have me in 1981. All right. So Lofa County is also a part of my life. I never saw Nimba County until the Civil War, 1990. Right? So from there on, I always frequented in Nimba, was with my grandmother, my dad's mom, until she died in 2005 in the circles. So we should begin talking Liberia. The other party, that other party, that other party. Which party talks Liberia is what we should look at this point. You know, so to all my, because I'm a member of the Uyashen Club, right? And President Uyah was very smart in coining that thing. Those are all who are now full-fledged members of CDC that supported him called Uyashen. So that tag with us. So we the Uyashen people and all that. But I think the CDC needs to go into the closet, needs to re-strategize, the CDP said, needs to re-strategize. What your strategy you have for Liberia, talk about it. Vice President Jeremiah Kuhn, you in power, you will determine whether you want to stay in power. You want to stay in power, that's your decision to make. But what's important to Anthony Kuhn is how do we collectively work together to move our country in the right direction? There's too much rhetoric thing here got stopped. When people being deceptive, we tell you straight, they think you're talking not correct, forget about it. Until we begin doing that, we're not going anywhere. So thanks for the opportunity. Looking forward to interacting with you people more often. I can never leave Liberian politics. My father died in the process of ensuring that justice, equality comes back to Liberia. The son of him can never back down. So I'm in it, and I'm in it for the long haul. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for tuning in. Great oration. A real program note, we are in touch with Bishop John, the former Bishop John Innes. We would like to have him on the show. We want to have his say, hear from him what his take on the division in the United Methodist Church. I know we got some United Methodist folks on here, but we would like to find out what he's thinking. There you go. I see Brother Russell. I see Tomalin George.
You always have problems in that church.
That's right. So we're going to hear his side of the story, what he's thinking, whatever thought he had. We also had the former retired state representative from the state of Florida. She was member of the NAACP, you name it. Member of the Black Caucus and all of that. We're working on her to come and help us. We're also talking with the manager for Waste Pro, the folks who are they are the specialists when it comes to moving trash and all of that. So they will be talking trash. That's the title they call it, Talking Trash. How to sanitize city, how to move trash. That's Waste Pro. They're all over the world, major folks. So ladies and gentlemen, thank you for the show. Mr. Kurumpa, thank you very much. Honorable George, thank you for giving me the opportunity. Dr. Peabody, in the voice of the late Casey, he said, goodbye, take care of yourself, but most important, take care of each other. See you tomorrow. God bless.
Good night, guys. Good night, everybody. See you guys.